Okay, good hello, and welcome to the fourth arc of the Cascade game, the last of the Summer Elves. The date is the 1st of March 2025 somehow. I'm Viktor, the GM, and it's part 13. Here are the players.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's an Empathic speaker, exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin, terrified of what her grandmother is about to say.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, half-elf, which I'm not sure how true that is anymore. But I'm a half-elf who likes to explore and infiltrate.
Yes. I mean, you're still like half-elven. Yeah. If Aragon is half-elven, you can be half-elven. That's my stance on the matter. Okay.
Elrond is also half-elven.
Yes.
So many people.
And honestly, neither of them are half-elven. So, yeah.
It's the other half, particularly Nori's. As well.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you remember from last time?
Duff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Stuff
I
happened.
wrote wrath equals very stressful.
Fair.
But quite short-lived. We weren't with him for very long.
Nope. He was pretty efficient with his conversation. You said what you needed to say to each other, and you departed.
Yeah.
Anyone else? For anyone else?
He told me that my grandma is head of security for the City of Sin?
Yeah.
For all of yeah.
It seemed like he implied it was for Sin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The head of whatever the FBI is here.
Yeah, Infernal Affairs, I think we've been dubbing it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Infernal.
Yeah, we headed back to Grandma's house. Tavistock was there.
Yay!
He's mad at me, which is completely valid, and he is very entitled to be mad. But he made friends with Falkwin.
Yep.
Which was nice.
Yeah, Falkwin paid for cakes for him.
Over a sweet kiss.
Yep.
Yes.
We did some research into night blooms. They like to be perceived.
Yes.
And grumpy once they've been perceived if they're not perceived.
Yep, so you definitely discovered that they seem to be fine out in the wild until someone notices them. That's them kind of hooked on it.
Yeah.
What else?
Me and Nori went... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go on.
I was to say, we went and spoke to Grandma about the heart piercer. It opened a whole can of worms. She told us that their investigations had led to sightings of a golden light that went up to the sky from other witnesses. And that could be the gate to Mirage, the Gold Leaf Elf City, which adds to our suspicion about the Gold Leaf Elves. Not all of them, but some of them. I did write it could still be a celestial though, because golden light.
Yep.
Maybe people just think that's what they've heard.
Yeah, those Gold Leaf Elves get like a bad rep about them, so yeah, anyone could easily throw them under the bus, Falkwin?
And then we might mention that we knew someone who had been stabbed and didn't die. And she was like, "Oh, we should speak to them." And we were like, "Oh no." Whoops. And so KT came.
Well, we paid for the whole season for KT to be on the credits list, so we may as well get our screen time out of him.
I was going to message because he was on the radio. Oh, Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen.
Nice.
I was like, "Oh, KT's on the radio."
I love that.
So KT came and was interviewed by Grandma, and then she was like, "Don't lie," and asked us a bunch of questions. And we debated lying for a long time. But then we
It's
did.
kind of mean.
As we always do.
Saying to us, "Don't lie, don't obfuscate the truth." Have you met us?
And then we told the truth, which sounds like KT did as well. So, and then she said a very ominous line, which was something along the lines of, "What I'm about to say cannot leave this room."
It was almost
And then
our
we
exact wordings. Yeah.
stopped the episode.
Yep.
So.
I know. It was a slight change of pace for myself. Who normally leaves you with the cliffhanger to deal with through the week, rather than leaving you on the cliffhanger for the week. So, you know.
We also got not impeached. What's the the Americans have when they give you a served
Like a subpoena.
served notice.
Yes. You've been
Night
subpoenaed.
and Iris.
Subpoenaed.
Yeah, you've been subpoenaed, mostly Nori, for having reached out. But yeah, Nori decided that was everyone.
I just say the link broke.
Sorry, you're breaking up what?
Never received it. The king went.
I mean, like, who knows how King Regent Degal is doing?
Well, we know he's feeling regal.
Yep. Anything else for anything else, or was that the gist of last time?
I think that was very comprehensive.
Yeah, I think so too.
We know Surithin and Katie met in Denk. When KT was in his 20s, 30s?
Yeah.
Before he
30s.
became...
Early 30s. Yeah.
Basically, he was about 30, I think he said.
Right. Yeah, but before his deal.
Yeah.
And Lady Featherstone had once lived in Denk. Lady Featherstone had been in a meeting with Barbara.
Yes. The key person in all of this, Barbara.
Actually, who was from Cascade.
Yeah.
Or that's what the meeting seemed to be about, or something.
Nothing was definitively said like that, but there was implications that you have seen her in Cascade. But,
Right. That was it.
But you can't place her, other than you think you've seen her in Cascade.
People were a lot more concerned in Sin about Ruin. Like, when we'd been with Joy, people were like, it's kind of weird. Or with Joy. Whereas then with Ruin, they were like...
Yeah, across the street. Maybe hide indoors. Yeah, let them pass.
Wrath wasn't keen on hearing about people being killed by Varlen. Like, it wasn't something he seemed to be. He was for, which is good that we know which way round he's on that.
Yep, no, that's good. Very good insights as well into some NPCs' behaviours. So, in the personal study of Lady Featherstone, head of Infernal Affairs of the City of Sin in the country of Caldera, yes, run by 6 of the 7 devils that fell from the heavens, she stated, "What I'm about to tell you all cannot leave this room." So meanwhile, 6 months later...
Chased by dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
How did we get here? Doesn't matter. 6 months later, didn't you see the title card? No.
You were always here.
What she actually says is, What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room. She gives a very severe look towards everyone as she says that. And then she kind of, you can see that she's, moved her shoulders a bit. They're not as, relaxed or maybe even, tediously bored with waiting on people getting stories out, as she's probably had to do. She's now quite tense looking. And she says, I am the reason there is a refugee route out of Caldera.
We react with shock.
Yeah. Shocked silence fills the room. KT just looks at his nails, then looks over everything kind of smugly.
He fucking knew that.
Or he may have found out 5 minutes before you did. Either way, it's enough to be smug.
I hadn't written my note starters.
Before, no one says anything else. I'm just kind of, if there's still a little bit dubious, just maybe this is still a really big trap. But in what way?
Yes, I'm sure you will have questions, especially given what Count Threem has informed me of in terms of your participation in this refugee scheme. Quite some time ago, I had been following up on some missing people in Pit. Something much beneath my office's purview, quite frankly. The devils don't see fit to have laws around the Pit, and thus my office stays out of it. However, enough people had approached regarding key people going missing. My investigation led me to the passage route through the Short Mountains. Luckily, my ability to move quite swiftly across the land meant I didn't need too many witnesses to this, and it remained something quite under my control. More and more people connected to this web grew and grew and grew, and approached me again regarding use of this passage. And I am quite restricted in what I am willing to share currently. But needless to say, one of the 7 supports this.
Who?
She gives you almost a stern look. She goes, I think that's enough answers on my part for now. Perhaps some answers on your part. Has that loosened your truths somewhat?
What are you looking to know?
My previous question in detail, instead of the vagaries I was hit with initially. Which is when she asked, basically your involvement in everything, with KT, the nature of the help you gave him, and you just gave the vaguest possible answers. And now she's like, I know, I need you to... Yeah. She's basically saying, here are my cards, except this one that I'm actually putting up my sleeve, but I'm telling you I'm doing that.
Wildly speculate. Let's spend the next 20 minutes wildly speculating about which.
It's Siri Thane, obviously.
It's always him. Yeah.
Unless this is what she wants us to think.
Well, at this point, she knows about the refugee route, and she's told us she knows it's a passageway under the Short Mountains. So we were still quite vague on over journey. So yeah, technically she's thrown that card on the table.
Yeah.
So I think Myr'ra's happy to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lockhart,
Yeah.
you seem unconvinced there. Which usually means Nori gets to share all the information secrets. I mean,
Nori's looking through his skill sheet to make sure he can roll against sense and lies and whether a person believes what we're doing.
Mhm.
I mean, at any point, you could roll her, like an insight on her if you wanted to try and gauge where you are sitting with her, because, yeah, that's why these skills exist, try and gauge her. She definitely does seem like someone that's hard to read, though, by design.
You know what? I don't care. I'm going to roll against this.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
want to know if she's setting a trap before we go any further.
Go for it.
Yeah.
And you are trained in this, Nori?
Yes. Difficulty unknown. Effort to roll. I'm going to take 2.
Expensive intellect.
Sad.
Well, hey! And this is if
He's telling the truth. Fucker.
this is if you believe her or not, like what she said to you so far. Or,
Obviously, yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, from what you can tell, she's been that upfront and direct about it that if she was playing some kind of weird game, it's way above what you'd probably need to be concerned about, quite frankly, if there was anything more to it. Seems like she's been incredibly forthcoming, because she's even stated what she's not willing to share. Even by stating it's one of the 7 is enough to basically highlight, maybe you can understand why I'm not sharing. But yeah, there's no hint of
I'll
you don't feel like
Myr'ra
you're being
and
misled, basically.
Look at Myr'ra and I'll just go, okay, cards on the table.
Okay. Do we have to say it all? Can we just say we tell her all of the things?
If you want
Do
to tell
we
her all
go
the
into
things,
like Margot? Do we go into we were asked by Margot? Or do we leave Margot out?
No.
She already does she the one
Tell her
someone else is
everything.
meant
Tell her
yeah.
everything. I feel like we just have to tell her everything.
If she's involved with the setting up of the roads, I'm going to assume that she knows people are helping refugees escape. They're not just doing it by themselves.
And if it's the short mountains,
Yeah. Did she not? Did someone already mention Dagda
Cather?
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember the word got me. So, yeah, someone's already mentioned the fact we were there. So, like, we can just tie all those pieces together.
Are you going to mention that Sir Ethan was meant to do it first and then you sent him off to go heal a fae?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably just say something of the original person who was meant to do it.
Yeah, could say that he was meant to do it, but there was something else. I don't know. No, then she'll ask. No.
Then she'll ask.
Yeah.
She'll ask where he went.
Like,
Yeah,
where did he go?
Queen Margot asked us to look into it. We don't need to go any further.
Okay.
And we know that Varus was mirrored by a good friend of ours. Or counted.
Accounted for, yes.
I think everything in the tunnels. I don't feel we've got anything to hide now.
Yeah.
Posey?
So, yeah, I don't know about Posey. I was briefly a bee.
Like, if you ever wanted to be a bee, you can be a bee if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potentially a mortal bee. Yep.
Potentially a bee. Yeah, fine with that.
You're going to talk about the cave crawler nest? Are you going to talk about the blood exchange stuff with KT? Are you going to talk about the potential heritage Barlen Helborn with Nori? Are you going to talk about the Falkwin you murdered outside? Or killed. Murdered feels strong. But killed outside. Are you going to talk about the fact that you're carrying Noya in an interdimensional space currently? I just want to know, when you say everything, just be... A lot happened in those.
A lot
Anything
did
to
happen.
hide at this moment.
We would just say like the main journey. This is what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
This is why we were going to this place. This was
Yeah.
our goal. These
Yeah,
were
I
key
don't think we
actions.
probably mention extra-dimensional spaces, especially considering Falkwin's being very quiet currently. We'll probably not mention Aluben.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's not
Mhm.
to say.
No.
Like, what's that? You have like the spooky genie of a fucking gold leaf elf with you that's handed out trinkets to people. Like what? Collects dead bodies and plants. Like.
Considering people are already questioning why we trust Surrey Thane, I don't think we need to mention any of the other weird people we know.
Oh, poor Alabin. Oh dear. I mean, I do find that always makes me amused with how much he distrusts, like Falkwin distrusts Modesta Lara. Yet,
Yeah, we're all fine. Surrey
just-
Thane.
no, Aluben, just that as well, because they're both they're both
yeah,
gold
true.
leaf. Obviously, it's more about his suspicion because he's the only one that knows she's a gold leaf, right? But that is, it always tickles me. We're like, you have like effectively a ghost friend in your bracelet of a gold leaf that judges you for choices you make, and yet you don't like the queen that has done nothing but help you guys.
Yeah, but she did it in a suspicious way.
Yes, it's the Crumbar special. Yes.
Yeah, she's too powerful. Don't trust it.
That witch queen of the world, you say? Yep.
No, no. Which queen of
Yes,
the
yes. Which one?
Up there with her silver thorn friend who conquered the moon.
Yeah. Lundarenthul, yes. But anyway, so you tell her everything that felt reasonable to tell.
Yeah, pertinent.
I think we do talk about the Falkwin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to talk about the voice you heard in your head saying one of mine? And the black ink coming out of your eyes and mouth?
Yeah.
Is anyone else going to react to this news?
You heard a voice?
Didn't think too much of it, but now that we've met Wrath, I think it was his voice.
She shifts uncomfortably when you mention this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously she finishes writing her notes down and she looks at you, Lockhart, and she says, "Are you certain it was Wrath's voice that you heard in your head?"
Can I roll something to
Sure.
to,
Why not?
to see? Because
Why not?
obviously,
Because we've not met. Is it two of them? Three of them?
So you have met Sloth,
Yeah.
Pride, Greed, Wrath.
Yeah.
So you get 3 to go.
Okay.
with knowledge of history, help me recall.
Why not? Why not?
Because it doesn't feel like a social interaction.
I mean,
Because it's myself.
yeah, it's just you trying to remember, so it's basically just you pushing your memory to see if you can connect dots effectively. So what's that, like 9 plus 16?
16, yeah.
Getting better at this 3 times math.
Our base 3.
Yeah, our base 3 life that we live in. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think like you're reasonably confident it's the same voice. Like it's, you know, hard to. Maybe there was an actor once that sounded a bit like them, you know. But that, besides that, yeah, like, feels Robert Carlyle. Yeah.
It was fleeting, but now that I have met Wrath, I do believe it was his voice.
I see. You say you met with Wrath. That is good that that has been done. I reported your appearance in the city as soon as you arrived. I thought it would be pertinent he knew, considering he is currently the administrator. What was the nature of your discussions with Wrath?
He asked why we were in sin, and he asked why we'd been to see Pride. Did he ask how we knew Pride?
Like,
I can't
basically,
remember.
what's the nature of your connection with Pride? Effectively, is the way he.
Yeah. And we met her on a tour.
Why do you know Pride?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He looked
He
a bit.
seemed-
Sorry.
I was going to say, he seemed satisfied with our answers. I think back. I feel he let us go.
Yeah, like he was.
Didn't
You
interrogate us,
actually stayed and asked more questions.
Yeah.
So,
He was
like,
like, leave now.
he was like, you can go, and then you were like, do you know about, like Bridge Over White Water, or like, yeah, like various places like that, yeah. And I think he suggested going and reading their records, basically. So, yeah, she looks a bit like, and kind of like almost as if dismissing a thought. She goes, well, given these revelations between us, I hear there was complications at the end of this noble act. And she does draw those words out. So you can't really tell if if she set the route up for people to get out, yeah, she seems disapproving of the fact that these were involved. Especially the end.
And
She'll
went through the tunnels.
Which end, yes. And then, as you all maybe have blank faces looking back at her a bit, she says, yes, Count Threem says there is a legal matter that has yet to be resolved within Denk.
I believe potentially within Cascade. We are somewhat uncertain of the full details ourselves.
She kind of just nods in that kind of, yep, I know, like kind of way. Doesn't say anything. And she kind of looks at Threem, who just seems to be in his own world, to be honest. Just doesn't seem to be taking in much of it, like as if, well, I've done my bit, I'm just listening now. And getting no help from him, she looks back at the group and says, are you innocent of the charges?
Until proven guilty, surely. But could we be reminded of the charges?
Evasive to the end.
To be fair, their memories are quite muddy about
A bit
this.
hazy. Not gonna lie.
Don't say anything till you talk to a liar.
You're their lawyer.
What should we say, Lockhart?
I need a lawyer.
Dead.
You always say, don't defend yourself.
This is now Philip's role seems very aware, right? Like for Master Duel. But yes, don't defend yourself. So she says, well, Count Threem has been quite vague about that particular aspect of the charges. However, there was a legal matter that could warrant the Grand Council intervening, is what I was told. Do you wish to enlighten me further? Now, I don't know if you know the term verbal landmine.
So, agency moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, Lady Featherstone is sort of, she's above the 7, sort of.
In a weird, like, parallel to, not above, right? Like,
yeah, okay. So
He'll be sacked.
yeah.
we have potential problems with one of the 7. In kind of the way that their job is to make sure it doesn't happen, sort of, is that?
It's a reasonable assumption, yeah.
Now, I'd rather keep Pride on side. I'll be honest. The devil, and all that. But it's almost like, well, if someone had been doing their job properly, some of the devils might not have been interfering with other people's countries.
I feel like, we would be unable to get that out. And I agree. I'd rather keep Pride on side.
Mum on Pride.
Currently, yeah.
But you see, I mean, that they are someone that could be. Lady Featherstone is sort of could be on our side against Pride if it came to that.
Yeah, can pull Pride up in front of the other devils based on charges that they have the authority to assign.
Yeah.
Because while we might not be entirely innocent of everything, a large part of it is because of Pride. Like, yes, did we break some laws after they did? But their the laws that they broke are like, maybe they're not worse, but they're bad.
It's when your brain caught up to freeing a fae. It was their crimes were so bad. No, maybe not. Maybe they're on par.
We wouldn't have needed to.
Again, I don't want to throw Vermi under the bus, but technically, we were, and I know I fully involved myself in the situation, but it's a bit of is it Indiana Jones, where things would have happened regardless of us being there.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I don't know how we defend. I don't know how we use the Indiana Jones defense.
Everyone in the fridge now.
Yeah.
But the sword made that decision. Sort of.
Yeah.
The sword chooses the wielder, and the wielder made the decision, and the sword is okay with it, and clearly the sword would have made that decision if it could.
Sure. Yeah. Magical swords.
And as the supreme authority in Cascade, who are we to deny the sword?
So you're saying it's the sword's fault?
Yeah.
I'm saying don't come to us. You guys made the magic sword. And you guys caused the problem that made us have to go weird with it.
I mean, they didn't make the magic sword. They caused the problem that caused, or they caused the problem that caused the swords to get made, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they isn't really like the council was.
I thought you were just blaming the devils there. Just all of them. It's actually your fault.
We go back far enough.
If you're on defense, you're losing. You're on the attack.
Okay.
I don't feel that answers what we're going to say now. She has I know it is a verbal landmark, but she has sort of given us the card to say we don't want to talk about it, or we're not able to talk about it.
Yeah, I think the best is probably say that we can't talk about it, and she'll probably maybe infer something from that.
That feels like edging close to, we made a deal with Pride and other beings.
I've made no deals. I'll say whatever I want.
Snaps for Ignysera. An unfettered queen.
I made no deals either. I just helped.
Yeah, you were in the deal with Pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all made. Apart from Ignysera.
Yep.
But they do seem like they might be a useful person in an impending trial. I'm already thinking of my witness stand.
It feels like though that their power is quite. My grandma's power is quite like specific to here, and so we would maybe be having to kick Pride under a bus in order for Lady Featherstone's power to do us much good. Whereas if we have Pride on side in a potential Grand Council, that maybe feels a bit more valuable.
I think that's a good point to raise, is where do you want Pride functioning as the Grand Council, second blade wielder? Or removing Pride from that position, despite them not really being much of a threat to use currently. Right? Like, your deal gives you some almost, not quite level footing, but enough of an amicable they actually greeted you when you turned up in their city. I mean, they stopped their heat bath for you guys. Do you know what I mean? Joy likes you all.
I was considering whether or not that was them healing after being hit by a... Anyway, what's history going to show in this? History's going to show that Queen died, next Queen came along. Everything involving Pride technically isn't going to be getting written about in the history books.
What Queen died?
And that's what we're trying to protect you.
Just the history books.
Yeah, she's back now.
You had to. She still had to die.
Yeah, but I don't know if a history book's going to remember that bit. Like, I feel like whoever's writing the history might just go, Loudon had a bit of a sick week off work, and then Vermi took over, and then Loudon got better, and nobody has to ask any questions. Signed, Pride.
I still feel we want
kind of my
Pride
point.
in the room because she also doesn't want people poking into this too much. Like, even if she can't explicitly be on our side, she's probably more likely to be like, yeah, we don't need to talk about this. Because too much poking and it starts to become, so why?
I mean, keep in mind, when Vermi had to basically prove herself to the council, like, Pride and Joy were like, yeah, this is fine, move it along, why are we wasting time here? Like, very much expedited that process past people that might have wanted to stick their nose in further. Do you know what I mean? Given that Margot knew more, whether she liked it or not, as well. Sadly.
And Quilburn, like, magic man. Probably also a bit like, this is weird.
So, yeah, like, that, it could probably give you a lot of insight into how Pride is on the, relationship scale with you guys, I feel. It just also depends on which one of the 7 you think is in support of Lady Featherstone.
Well, it's probably not Sloth.
You can confidently rule out Sloth.
So, stand 6.
Okay.
However, he's escaped. Helping others to escape, that might just be in his wheelhouse. If escape's the right word.
It could be, but you'd have to do it.
Valid.
You'd have to be...
Proactive, I guess, is the downside of being called Sloth.
Yeah, I think he spent all his proactiveness.
He really earned his
arranged a
name.
meeting.
Yeah.
Feel like it's unlikely to
Suppose,
be Pride.
okay.
Yeah. Pride feels like it.
What if we... Sorry.
No,
What if
no.
we started the conversation with, are you prepared for a change of rulership? And then,
You want to pose that to Featherstone?
if we tell you, if you everything, that might be the result.
Okay, you can say that to her if you wanted. Thoughts?
Right, Myr'ra, you're up.
Hi. I don't think we should bring Pride up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would go with the honest answer of I don't think we can talk about it. Remind me of her verbal landman again. What did she say?
It's been that long I don't even remember what I said. Like, effectively,
something like, do you want to tell me more? Was sort of the
gist was, yeah, I'm here listening. Tell me what you need to tell me so I can effectively work with you, was the subtext of all of it. If you were looking into her like behaviors and stuff, you don't get the impression that she's trying to like corner you verbally to get like a confession. It feels more like, I need to know all the pieces before I involve yous more in my schemes.
Well, we could say something
we're
like, as
protecting
part
two
of a
realms.
earlier mission, things occurred that are currently being investigated. We help.
I think you were
We'll
right.
go from there.
You could imply devil involvement. We don't want to say which one. We don't want to imply which one. But we could
I
just
think it's hard not to assume, because she's the one who's technically in charge.
But they're schemy.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the outcome you all want from this? Here's the better question. What's the outcome of this scene that you want?
Well-
Move on.
Well, yeah, we don't want to risk more shade on Vermi. But we wouldn't mind having an ally should it come to it. And Featherstone is a bit of a sword of Damocles on all the devils.
Mm-hmm. Do we want to say something about, in trying to avoid a conflict on this continent, actions were taken that are now being investigated? We don't want to speak about it further. Because I think we want to imply that the reason we've done things is the consequence could have been an all-out war on this continent, which is what we don't want. Like, we've spent at least 2 arcs trying to stop that.
Yeah.
And it was successful.
Yeah.
You
We
know,
thought we'd managed, and then we decided to heal a fae.
well, we've managed until there's a war.
True. There's still not a war.
So
Yeah.
we did prevent intracontinental war, and we are trying to move on from.
I mean, if you really want to sell it, you've also like stopped potential international war, right? Because
Yeah.
like intercontinental war
Bloody
could have
cats.
happened because the Rakishan Empire might have smelt weakness if the table fractured inwards.
Yeah.
And Loudon technically already threatened the table. Remember? Something quite tied to your Draconian friend. Like the fact that Loudon was in love with Brandrin Lightskill.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the idea of them having a child is a massive political alliance of 2 factions out of the 5. Yep. Kind of doesn't look great politically, but Lightskill has passed that. Like, Vermi managed to get through that relatively unscathed so far.
And Loudon didn't get killed because of that, as far as we
No. Loudon was killed because she had good skin, remember?
Yeah. You know, as much of Loudon's may have done a faux pas there, that wasn't the reason for any of the things that happened to her.
No, but Loudon also very specifically kept her distance from Brandon because of that reason, and Vermi was kept secret because of that reason, and you could imagine Loudon probably hoped Vermi never inherited the sword.
Yeah.
It's a massive
And also
spotlight.
probably Pride's whole deal was, oh, this person's not got any kids.
Yeah.
I can just...
Yep.
Oh, wait, they've got a secret child. Shit.
Yep. Literally through the whole plan to plot.
Fuck. I've been planning for decades. secret child.
It does mean that Loudon and Brandon were that good at hiding Vermi, though.
Yeah.
Until Vermi was like, I'll just use my absolute amazing dragon charisma to go rally a whole army and then start a village in the south.
On top of a silver mine.
Yup.
Okay. We still haven't answered our own
No,
question yet.
no, you have not.
What do we want from
But sorry, Thane.
Yeah, let's talk about him for half an hour.
We want this just to go away. Ultimately.
Oh, in that case, Chris, you all live happily ever after. The end. We did it. That's the end of Cascade.
to Dinosaur Island, and we don't talk to
I mean,
anyone
the
ever again.
trial at least.
Hey, there won't be
Want
many
the
people
trial at
to talk
least.
to on Dinosaur Island.
So true. So true. No one can interrogate us.
So
Not allowed.
it's like the most litigious faction
Yeah.
ever. Like just dinosaur lawyers.
Yeah.
I wish I knew good lawyer-based dinosaur puns, but I don't. That would have been a great place for them. But yes. So
I was gonna, she already knows we're into sort of noble bullshit. So like, if we stress, we were trying to avoid inter-table, intra-continental war. Good word.
Well, I think we can do both intra and inter, just to be like,
Oh yeah, we're just trying to avoid war.
just to make it clear, both, because they were both on the table.
Yeah.
But you know,
I mean, the very fact that the cats turned up too, Cascade is still an unresolved
Yeah.
thing.
That's,
Why did they come here?
How did they know?
Yeah, like they knew about Vermi way quicker than you should be able to sail across that sea.
Don't trust. Also, all of the gems.
Yeah, those gems. Yeah, potentially a lot of them being like like a handful of 12 or 13 souls rather than
Souls
you know.
split up. Which I know we made Cascade a beacon, but it was already on its way to being one before we used the Cradle of Life.
The soul well. Yeah,
Yeah.
close enough. Yep.
So every time we talk about things, I'm like, I don't want Grandma to know about that. There's so many things I just don't want her to know.
Gotta tell her that you met like the first blade. No.
Nope. Nope. Feel like that wouldn't go down well. He is still our get out of jail free.
Good old Branonel.
We bring Branonel. And we go, ignore the Fae nonsense. We need you to get us out of this. Also, he might be planning to take down all the devils. Who knows? It's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean that could be collateral that involves your grandmother, though. Like, do we think he's
Oh,
going to be
God.
surgical or cataclysmic?
No. Probably going to be quite cataclysmic.
Yeah. So.
By
By the way, Gran, I met this guy who was a wee bit crucial a couple of 900 years ago, and kind of went missing, and his whole people went missing, and he may have a bit of a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of implied he was going to tear down everything to get his people back. Yeah.
But we're doing that thing in the apocalypse where you're like, I can't see the asteroid.
Yeah.
If I don't look at it, it's not
don't
coming.
Fine.
Was it Don't Look Up? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've not really answered the question that was supposed to help you answer the question.
What do we want out of this? We want Grandma on side.
Okay.
Is what it feels like. But without mentioning too much of the genuinely illegal shit we've done.
And I think like there's a key point I think that is valid. Avoiding inter and intra-continental war probably could excuse a lot of behaviour if it was provable.
Yeah.
How would you prove it?
but if we prove it, we cause intercontinental war.
Which is not a defence I think you think is as good as it is.
I disagree.
That's why you're the lawyer and I'm the GM.
This feels like a Rubik's Cube that we just kept spinning.
It's like, okay, we took all the stickers off, but we don't like the stickers, and some of them blew away. So,
Yeah. I've given it a new name. It's now just called Cube.
welcome to Cube. Okay, so what are you answering,
My
grandmother?
cube. I love my cube.
Yeah. Get out of here, Cube. You cause too many problems. Are we all just having a mini mental breakdown together
Yeah.
about the story?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. I think we are.
I love of how many incredibly powerful people we've spoken to.
Mm.
It was the Kamala the Guard,
Yeah.
my grandma, the ones that seem to have stumped us.
Yep. Kamala was awesome. I loved Kamala, but yeah, here her and Meryl.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's great. So,
Okay.
Take it away.
I don't know. Okay. Last player agency, and then we'll say something. Do we want to go with taking the sort of card of there's things we can't speak about. We were trying to stop a war. I had something else.
We
Shit,
did
it's
stop a
gone.
war.
We did stop a war. Shit, I had another thing that was going to be helpful. It's gone. Right, I've got it. We were, and then saying that we're going to go and face that in Cascade City. We're not. I think if we hold up that we're not going to run away from it, that we will follow through post sorting things out here. Our plan is to go to Cascade City and try and sort the matter out.
here's my question.
Maybe she'll.
Is that your plan? Or is it Ask
No,
Pride to send you to Dinosaur Island?
I want Pride to send us to Dinosaur Island, but I think we need to go to Cascade City. Is my feelings. What's
Okay.
everybody else's feelings?
Yeah, I think the same, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nori,
Go for it, yeah.
Lockhart.
Pride, you're always a king's best friend.
Oh, no, because then she'll give us one and we won't get to go to Dinosaur Island ever.
But if we don't get to go anyway, I'd rather we get a king's best friend out of it.
Well, you need the eggshells of one, not a king's best friend.
Please, just bring
We
us
can
again.
wait.
What if it's not one that lays eggs?
Then it will lead us to one that does.
Yeah? Is that what we're going with?
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Okay. Back in the room.
Yep.
There are things that we can't speak of, but actions were taken to stop war. And I'm going to look around at my friends and say, and we do plan to go to Cascade City and try and sort out whatever these legal proceedings are.
Scribble some things down on our parchment. For a minute and a half.
Fun.
Yeah, flicking through pages as if amending notes that she'd previously taken. Possibly during Katie and her's conversation. And then she reorders them, looks at them, and then seems to write more stuff on the front page. And then sits it on a desk beside her and puts the quill kind of up to her lip and kind of taps it a couple of times. And says, "This complicates things somewhat." Looks at everyone and says, "It seems that you're unwilling to share details that may assist me, and I am unable to share all the details that I am aware of regarding these situations. It appears that the circles, or maybe the plates were spinning, maybe I should say that. It appears that the plates were spinning have been fortunate enough to not smash into each other so far. But I fear these vague requirements of both of our positions that we find ourselves in will not aid us in keeping them from colliding. Katie just exhales like
Okay, pulling out for player agency again.
Mhm.
Should I ask her, like, what specifics do you need?
I guess if she then just says, "What have you done?" Next.
Okay, so we met in Douglas Dugal in a sitting room about 2 months ago.
My sort of feeling on that is, could we say we are accused of breaching iron laws?
Yeah.
What if we actually tried, again, leaving Ignysera out of this, because she's going to sit there going, I know nothing. If we actually tried to tell everything and it failed. Tried before and it failed.
Mhm.
And then grandmother noticed that we are trying to be honest and it was failing. Would the reaction be to that?
Go.
The problem with that is, even if the intention is on our side to break the deal with Pride, then, you know, there's kind of accidentally talking around it, and there is like intentionally trying to break it, just in case that does set some sort of
Something.
warning
Yeah.
off of Pride. That might make her considerably less amiable to us.
I would also highlight that there's every potential she's already investigating Pride for a variety of things. Because, like, there's a whole bunch of shit that, like, it can't have not been noticed that Pride, like, hasn't been around as much and now is suddenly back.
Yeah.
And Joy had the sword. Like, there's definitely going to be things that probably the other devils have been like, the fuck is going on?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that she knows things
Yeah.
and it's just like
And us highlighting that, probably not going to keep Pride on our side.
I think it's a reasonable
So I
assumption
think
to assume that Pride has been shifty as fuck for a long time.
Yeah. She is who she is.
Yeah. I wonder if there would be somebody that would want her job.
Nah. Oh, 5
Okay then,
seconds.
let's drop somebody else in this.
Okay.
I think 3 of us should leave this room and leave Ignysera in here. Ignysera made no deal.
But only knows the
I
vague
don't-
story you can tell.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
Mm.
know what I can
I also
say the same vague story that you can tell me because that's all I know.
The only thing Ignysera could
That
do is
make-
make
again,
leaps
make
of
the point.
assumptions out loud that can't be confirmed by you.
Mhm.
So,
Correct. So
yeah.
we shouldn't be here.
But it wouldn't make it correct.
It should just be
Like, in universe, I mean, it wouldn't make it correct to Ignysera. Because you can't even allude to it being correct.
I also would say again, that's us coming down on not Pride's side
Yes, you're
Which
definitively working
removes an
actively.
ally.
Yeah.
from the Grand Council. Like, it could put another, like, it could put someone that we've put in power and therefore they're also indebted to us. But that's a gamble. Whereas keeping Pride secret keeps her on side.
You'd also maybe want to preface the, if you were going to try and remove Pride, maybe lead with that to a devil, instead of telling them afterwards and trying to claim you were responsible for something you
Yeah.
can't talk about.
Yeah.
You might want to say, by the way, we can, you know, change who sits on the seat if, you know, wink, wink. And then you then did your plan to tie up Pride politically and legally with Grandmother. You would, if you wanted to go that nuclear, you'd want to go to a devil first and pose it. Otherwise, there's no guarantee it would go to who you think, because they would all have to decide who gets the sword.
And that possibly causes civil war.
Yeah,
Which again is war.
They just choose Pride again.
They might just choose Pride.
turns out Pride had the votes, so yeah.
Because I understand. I just feel that I'd rather have Pride in our corner than against us. And as much as Grandma feels like she'd also be a powerful ally, I think she'd be a powerful ally in Sin. I don't think she'd help us in the Grand Council chamber in Cascade. But like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's got a...
And she's a good way to keep Pride honest. You know, we can trust Pride because we know we can maybe get her with Granny Featherstone.
So, yeah.
Leverage of Pride.
I don't feel that's the play right now.
No, it's the card that you set to the side going, I really hope I don't need you. But I need to know the other players to know I have it.
Yeah, sort of like she did.
Yeah.
I have this devil's helping, but I'm not going to tell you who they are.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Everybody's got a devil up their sleeve.
Oh.
Yeah.
How about we go... We have now met 4 devils. And we are under the... We have made an agreement with one of them that we cannot talk about.
Yeah, and then highlight that we'd be happy to answer questions that don't infringe on that. So again, highlighting the things we can't talk about, but if she asks us questions, we'll answer what we can.
Yeah.
And then in between every question, we'll have a player agent. It'll take half an hour.
All night.
Session 23. And then we leave the Featherstone estate.
There's no horses.
Hi, you're joking, but there was meant to be a tiny supply town at the bottom of a mountain in a game with Alexander, and 20 sessions later we left that town. 20 sessions later, because they stole a bride-to-be from a wedding that may have been to vampires. As you do.
And then they met me.
Was chilled.
Yeah. And then they met you halfway up a mountain. Yep. So, what are you saying to Granny?
That's the route to go. We've now met 4 devils, and fortunately we're tied to a deal with one of them.
My issue with that is it's kind of her job to find out those sort of things.
We can't talk about it physically. Can't talk about it.
I think we can still stress...
That's then up to her to investigate.
I don't think we have to mention the devils. I think we can just say we're bound not to talk of certain things. We will answer any question that we can.
And as we're saying, do we say, like, perhaps our accusation is that we broke an iron law? Because that is actually what the council is annoyed at, not what is nothing
Not
to do
what
with
we
Pride.
did. Yeah,
They don't
yeah,
know about
yeah.
the Pride.
Yeah.
Whereas she is, I believe, Lady Featherstone was specifically asking about why we're having to go back to Cascade.
Yes, she was.
That is more important to her right now than anything with Pride. Because she doesn't know
We
about
don't need to
Pride.
bring that up.
Yeah, okay.
If she did, then...
Yeah.
Remember when I used to be like, I don't write political games? Yeah.
It just means that, depending on her attitude to the fairy. Because I feel like just saying that we've broken iron law instantly, it tells her that there's some fake connection.
Yeah.
I mean, keep in mind, Iron Law also covers other things like the swords and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not specific.
Okay.
Like, it wouldn't be immediately, oh, you helped a Fae. It would be any number of however many Iron Laws there are. It would be one of those like initial rules of here's the rules of engagement Iron Laws.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I guess intra-continental stuff is heavily implied. So I think we could say
that kind of makes sense.
sort of
One
in
sword may
order.
not interfere with the ruling of the other sword.
Yeah, probably one of those rules.
Yeah, so how many iron laws did Pride break? Lockhart wants to investigate that later.
Yes.
Maybe she was going for the achievement, breaking them all.
It's
You get a special
Challenge.
certificate.
so
Yeah.
in Bridge, if you lose all the points, you win. Are you aware of this rule?
Are you trying to imply that Pride is playing bridge while everyone else is playing chess? Is that the...
The rule is called shooting for the moon.
It's the moon. It was the moon all along.
Again. Woo.
I have never played...
Did you believe this was a coincidence?
I have never played bridge. I don't think I have anyway. I don't think I have.
Neither have I. It's just a good reference point of you lose literally everything, it means you win. But okay,
Yeah, should we go for that?
Iron Laws. Yeah.
Myr'ra's happy to say there are things we can't talk about, but we will answer any questions we can. And then Lockhart can come in with...
We are accused of breaching Iron Laws. We may be. I think that'll be. We may be accused.
Well, you've said... Yeah. I think just the accused gives enough vagueness to that statement, right? Like, we've been accused of breaking Iron Law.
It's a bit of an admission if it ends up we get brought to Cascade, like, that parking ticket you did. We're like, the Iron Laws were wrong to begin with.
Yeah, you didn't park your horses in the right stables. Yeah, it's a parking violation. Yes, the reaction to Featherstone as her eyes go wide at that. Goes, I see. Any particular Iron Laws? Plural? Raises an eyebrow.
Is it plural? We don't know.
But you said Iron Laws, that was all.
Yeah, I think I would say
Yeah.
laws just to mean the laws in general.
That's why she's going plural with a question.
And I think Lockhart probably would be like, it's been some time since I studied them. Might be worth checking.
I think if you were going to break Iron Laws, you should have read up on them first. No?
It's all about how you interpret the law.
And she holds up your character sheet back to you. Yes, which you're meant to be good at! But in what actually happens, she just kind of, again, stares almost through you, Lockhart. Like, you can tell she's kind of expecting more information on that alone. She has kind of posed the question. Iron Laws? Which ones?
Do we know?
I think.
Well, Ethane talked about it, right, with you guys. And I feel like a lot of these memories are less fuzzy than they used to be, as more things are being pointed at them. Remember I said the memory's clear as more things are highlighting that these things happened? So, yeah. You're in no way to endanger the world to a Fae again. It was again, not the exact language the law was written with, but it was definitely the gist of the law, the first law being, do not fuck with the Fae again. Law 2, we will always take the lunch order before a council meeting. And no, we can always not always have Thai food.
Well, I didn't write down what the actual laws were that they mentioned.
Yeah, no, same. That's what I just wanted to check.
Whoopsie. Do the
Got
thing,
arrested
but, you know.
for chiral. Surrey Thane equals big bad.
But no, the gist of it was,
Useless notes.
yeah, you definitely had like assisted a Fae was the problem.
Yeah.
Yep. And the thing he was seemingly the most mad about was you involved him.
Yeah.
against his consent.
Yeah. Which we did apologise for, and then we left via
Yes.
Fayway.
Yes.
Maybe undermines the apology.
Yeah. We are very sorry for helping that Fae that's about overdue to make this your problem as we go away. Bye.
And then call your best friend to help us in sin.
For many a century, your best friend. Yep.
Trying to phrase this, and I don't know if I'll get it right.
Go for it.
Unbeknownst to us, we were. What's the word I'm looking for? Party to freeing someone from a dungeon, from a prison, and that's what we're being accused of.
Yeah, you could probably say that.
But there is nothing stopping us. There's nothing actually stopping us from talking about the Fae.
Correct.
It's just
Yeah.
anything that we do
Yeah.
say about the Fae can and will be used against us in a court of law.
But also, this could be
Or a
good
court of
practice.
Rhyme.
Again, we sort
Court
of
of-
convinced Serithane that we had good reasons to do it. If we can also convince Grandma, that's 2 out of 3. And then we just need to convince the Grand Council.
But Serithane saw it with his own eyes, probably. We don't know exactly what happened, but
He has eyes, yeah.
Maybe, who knows?
he was there with Cairo, whereas we're not in as much pressure. I think there's either no point in being quite as circumspect. We either just tell her, or we don't.
Yeah, we either
We'll reach
come
the
out and
stage we
say
tell her.
we have been accused of consorting with. What word are we using?
What about that?
Betting the
Just allegedly consorting with the
Consulting or associating.
I quite like associate.
What are
I
you
mean,
hoping to
how-
gain for being vague, out of interest? What does vague buy you?
Yeah,
Well,
once we say Faye,
Mission of guilt.
She's not on the
we're not
council.
on trial with her though.
trying to avoid mentioning that we are
We are guilty. It's what we don't.
We are
Oh,
100%.
we are guilty. Yeah.
It is quite hard when we've been told to tell the truth.
Mm.
I think in this room we have to admit that guilt, but what we're trying to hide is why. We're still trying to avoid mentioning pride, and that's what makes. Why did we release a Fae? Because we found out a devil was in charge and had killed our queen.
That isn't why you released
That's
the
the bit
Fae,
we're trying to avoid.
because you didn't
No,
know
I
that
think
at the time.
yeah.
You were doing it because Vermi wanted it to
Yeah.
happen, and you were
Yeah.
there, and Vermi wasn't letting you out of her sight because she didn't trust you enough to leave you with her people alone. Because that's the kind of queen
we'd be
she
more
is.
trustworthy.
Mm.
We could have stayed basket weaving.
Yeah.
Let's go back. We'll change it.
Back
Also,
and visit the punched
again-
kid.
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we feeling about just telling her then?
Yeah. We've put a bunch
Let's
of other
just do
cards on
it.
the table.
Okay.
We've mentioned
Yeah.
Iron Laws. She's probably thinking the worst. We may as well let her know it is the worst one.
Do we ask her first? I mean, well, you want to know which ones we've broken? Do we be our? I think with Serithane, he was talking about how the Iron Law is if you think someone's broken it, you should just go straight to the council. It's what you should do.
Well, they're the authority on it, right? There's no point going to anybody else. And the problem is, it was Queen of Dink has broken an iron law, so the only authority that can step in, you're not going to go, "Hey Douglas, how'd you fancy deposing the current wielder of the third blade?" And he'd be like, "What's any of those words?"
Yeah. Also, sort of your stepdaughter. Not really.
Yeah.
weird alternate timelines.
This is how much she is interested in extra singular law stuff.
Feels like
could
she's
be
probably
like,
got
oh.
her hands quite full.
Oh, are you so again skipping to the end of that thought process? You're worried she has to report it officially if you admit it. Is that what you're getting at? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Lead with that next time. Lead with the end.
I thought I did.
So you're worried that if you tell her what you did, she's under obligation to report it. Yet you already know for a fact she's hiding things from devils, her employers.
Yeah, it's just her going to her boss about it and going to, like, does she feel bound that if it's something of that level to go straight to the top?
To be fair, Pride already knows.
Pride knows, yeah.
Pride should have brought it to her.
Also, arguably, she is also risking intracontinental war by having refugees go through the short mountains into Denk. So, like, she is guilty on those as well.
So we're all, what's the mutually assured destruction. Let's, cards on the table.
Take it away.
No, you're the lawyer.
Yeah, no, Lockhart, on you go. Like, just go for it.
Then I think Lockhart will give everyone a side eye and we have been accused of breaking the first and greatest of the Iron Laws, consorting with the Fae.
She just looks down and like pinches the bridge of her nose. And then she's speaking to KT, but still just, and you can just hear her say to him, I wanted you to be lying. And he just smirks and goes, I've never really found the need to lie. Kind of just wistfully to the room. And then, yeah.
So far. It so far has been prevention of, to say, both inter and intra-continental war.
Also, he's Myr'ra's gonna go for heartstrings here. Are we okay with it? Like, Myr'ra's maybe gonna stress, like, we didn't consult with the Fae. We met our Fae. And he was, yeah, we all good with this? Because I'm gonna keep going.
Allegedly.
Sure. And he was imprisoned by the Fae for giving the world moonlight glass. Silver. He gave us silver. Go back in all of my notes.
Yous were able to infer through conversation he couldn't talk about because he said, I'm still bound by my world's rules.
Yes.
Even if I'm not there. But he did he brought silver down to the world, which was always here, of course. And then people learned how to make weapons that hurt the Fae.
That hurt the Fae, yeah.
And again, I can't remember who rolled it. It might have been Riven. But either way, somebody rolled something at some point, and they got enough info to go, probably the thing they've heard of called Moonlight Glass.
Mm-hmm.
But it's that rare that it only came up there and then, because generally people looked at the blades as the weapons that hurt the Fae. Because you did ask that at the time, was it the blades that he helped make? But no, it was not. No. That was the Iron Root only.
Brought silver.
Is there any true silver in the blades at all? Is there any overlap? Or
what, in the 5 blades? Nobody knows what's in the 5 blades. Literally, they were made by the Iron Root. Go ask an Iron Root.
Brandon,
ring, ring, ring.
Yeah, Myr'ra's gonna sort of. He was imprisoned by the Fae for helping the world.
And you believed this Fae?
Yeah, the condition he was in when we found him, that kind of punishment can't have been for something they didn't believe. Like, she doesn't want to say worth it. Like, she's trying to, like, obviously the Fae were angry enough to do this to him.
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't have been for, like, this is too long of a con to play.
I think like you can see the suspicion on her face as you're kind of conveying that to her, and she goes, yes, but from what I have read, granted, my years do not quite exceed present company. She says almost with a bit of disdain towards, like, KT, which ages her somewhere less than 600 at least.
Good to know. Good to know.
And she says, but my readings upon what has been written of the Fae, which granted is quite limited, if only for a passing interest to me, would tell me that the Fae are one entity, not an individual. For them to exorcise this individual, I imagine it would have to be either something akin to a long play, or threat of infection to the host. You say they were imprisoned, but how do we know they were not protected from the steps the Ironroot took to eradicate their kind?
I was going to pause. Hannah's going to ask. We think he was imprisoned either quite early on, like much before there was a big, like even rumours of what the Ironroots were trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we think he was imprisoned quite early in the war. Again, he told us that, but then...
But you don't know that many 900-year-old people.
Yeah. We know some.
You do know more than normal amounts of over 900-year-old people, but yeah.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra would like, I can't fully dismiss that concern. But from everything we understood, he was imprisoned very early on in the conflict for the crime of trying to help. So, the ends of the war, I don't think were on people's minds yet.
From what I have read, it would be hard to imagine an end to such a war. How the Ironroots did it is quite impressive, and we are all thankful to them.
I think Myr'ra will think about the sacrifice that she now knows that took, and I think like quite a deep sadness will cross her face. But she'll nod. Like in agreement. I
think your grandmother's just taking that as like you've accepted the weight of responsibility rather than anything she's able to read into. So well, actually,
you also met Brandon. I couldn't tell the level of the floor.
That's how you meet him. Yeah, I think like you've given her obviously a bit to think about there. And yeah, she doesn't seem so super convinced. The idea of like a Fae being imprisoned seems a bit of a weird one. To her. She says, and you intend to go and answer for your crimes against Iron Law?
I look around at the group.
Well, I think we will have our day in court. I think the evidence that we have brought forward might, or well, the experience we might have had might suggest that the Iron Laws may have served their usefulness.
Oh, so you wish to spark a flame of revolution in Cascade City?
I think it is folly to simply follow laws as they have been for so long, simply because they have been. If the laws were created under the best understanding of the Fae at the time, then it would suggest that we have new understanding of the Fae at our time.
You hear chuckling, kind of like cutting you off because it's slowly getting louder as if they can't like suppress it. And it's just KT like chuckling to himself, and he goes, like kind of like claps once to almost like calm himself, and goes, "Ah, Lockhart, this is why I like you. Emperor Threem. Who else would have the experience to run a continent?" And he just kind of laughs at the absurdity of the whole idea, and she's just staring at him like, what the fuck's happening? Because he's obviously off in his own little amused thought at the idea. She goes, yes, anyway.
Oh.
I don't believe that revolution is what this continent needs currently. I think, given everything that's going on underneath the surface, bless you, granddaughter, underneath the surface, I think we need to perhaps smooth out some of these wrinkles that could become quite large concerns to table stability. I am aware that you don't seem to be super interested in table stability based on those comments, Lockhart. However,
our actions would imply it is at our greater heart, and we are always conscious of the balance between within the table and without.
yes, unlocking a Fae that's been imprisoned by its own kind for centuries, just to leave it to its own devices. What did it do when freed? Even Katie turns around to look at you guys for that answer.
This is the stuff we can't talk about.
You can talk about some of it, I suppose, but yeah.
Yeah. We're edging close to. How did we manage to talk about the Surrey thing? What were the bits we managed to get out?
This is where you're like, so you know how you said about multiple iron laws? This is
That's a different one. Oh.
This is where we get a bit more into the the other ones. I mean, I feel like we could say it aided some of us.
Keep in mind, so long as you're not talking about Pride hollowing out Loudon,
Yeah.
and then anything that was that agenda, you're actually probably fine. Technically, she did do Loudon a solid by looking after Loudon Hall. Keep that in mind. Like, you guys were all hired, effectively put into practice, the original team anyway, for Arc 1, by Pride as Loudon to look into matters that were unnatural in Loudon Hall, Loudon's hometown, which didn't necessarily serve Pride.
It really hasn't served Pride in the long run.
But she did kind of palm that one off to Douglas Dugal.
Yes.
You know, it wasn't quite like it was on her.
She knew that Samda was dead in that town, and that we were probably going to poke that. Like, because Samda was like the last, there was such.
It was like the last official recorded death. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
She still sent people.
And also, she was the one that made sure the sisters bound the angel to Samda's sarcophagus thing, because that was a massive red flag across the board. Because even I can't remember her name now, but Sister Elmin or whatever her name was, did say that. She was like,
this was weird.
It was a really weird thing. It was like a really, really old ritual that shouldn't really be done because it's not super consensual to the Celestial. Yeah. And now
But
with
hey, that's fine now, because
Yeah.
Sandra's alive.
yeah, and Pride definitely didn't just go kill that Celestial.
It's so true. That
And-
Celestial's fine. It's
and-
on a farm. Nobody worry about it. It's raising melons.
Yeah, it's raising melons on a farm. Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think now you see why that had to be a farm
Well-
that dog was on.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Mhm.
How
Oh.
close would it be to telling the truth? Grandmother just mentioned the table,
Uh-huh.
so our response to that is it helped us bring stability to the table.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you have said that to her, right? Basically, Lockhart did say
Yeah.
what we did was to bring stability to the table because we've got that in mind at all times, was what Lockhart
Yeah.
implied. And she was like, yes, because releasing a Fae feels like that's doing that. It was her point.
And
So
it
she-
aided us to do that.
No, but she's saying that doesn't make sense to her, which is what she's asking
Okay.
you to now explain. So she's like a
Yeah.
question ahead of that part, Chris, otherwise that would have made sense. So effectively your choices here are really tell her you can't talk about it, or try and talk about as much of it, because effectively Queen Loudon sent you on a quest to go stop a usurping queen. Can't really go into more detail because realistically you could probably say that and not explain any details around it because you'd probably be stopped. Right?
Yeah.
Because technically that isn't what happened in reality.
No,
Like,
because
you-
Loudon was dead.
yeah, Loudon was dead, and it was Pride that sent you to go kill the actual legitimate threat to her fake rule. Yep.
Mhm.
So what you can talk about is the rightful wielder of the sword wanted the aid of a Fae to make the transition bloodless. Because that's all things that Vermi did state to you guys.
Yeah.
Because Vermi
Yeah,
left
'cause
her
she-
entire
she
army
didn't
behind.
want- Yeah.
And a Fae could get her there to make the official challenge to, was it, do you remember the authorized rite of ascension?
Yes. We also have, at this point, quite well skirted round Vermi entirely. And working with a sword wielder might explain more of our actions. Because at the moment we have made it sound that we just found a Fae.
Yeah,
Just
you
like,
haven't
seems like a
mentioned
good-
that any of yous actually work for
Yeah.
Queen Loudon,
Yeah.
technically, or the Queendom of Denk,
We did-
basically.
Yeah. But again, that's the thing of, are we then beholden by what? Is this the Miranda right?
Yeah,
Let's be held against us in court.
so
But possibly at this point, bringing up Vermi, or bringing up the rightful
authorized
sword
ascension,
wielder
yep,
of
yep.
Denk, yeah, explains more of why we did what we did.
You just can't really go any more detail into why Loudon wasn't legitimate.
In the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just can't really go into detail, but you can give vague details.
And we have said that there are things we can't talk about. So once we butt into them for sure, we can be like, we can't discuss that further.
And leading on to Kyril being injured.
Yeah.
Don't know how much you can talk about that, but you could. I mean, you could say Kyril got injured with a weapon that could hurt a Fae.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or we just,
Which could be Moonlight Glass. Because we now know that they hurt Faye.
I would have just left it. The Fae got injured.
Yeah. Just go with the Faye got injured, helping. The rightful sword wielder of Denk.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you've got a
Bloodless
dragon
sword.
glass orb that told you this as well,
Crane.
right?
So true. So true. The dragon glass. That's why we vaguely trusted her in the
A Firestone, yeah. The Firestone revealed the truth to Lockhart.
Yeah.
Unless Lockhart's been playing the long political manipulation game, Emperor Lockhart Dourf. And his husband, wife, dream. So,
Yeah.
what are we saying to Granny?
Can we shove her off a bus?
No, there's literally a song about that.
Only.
The one thing the song
Yes,
says
yes,
is
my
you
mammy's
can't.
mammy. Damn it. Okay.
Can you not get your mammy?
I thought anyone would help you.
It might cause a different problem.
That is true. Maybe if I got Dad. I think she really hates him. He is human though, so that would maybe he wouldn't do well.
Do you know who would?
Yeah. No.
Master Duel. He always tries to.
Oh, bless him. Maybe we should just go to the moon.
Yeah, just Kyril, any chance you can just bamboozle us to the moon now? Because we were always going there. Just no part of this Inquisition.
I also love poor Ignysera just been like, the fuck are these people?
Yeah.
What did I say?
What am I doing? What have I decided to
You're
do?
guilty of none of this.
What I love is Ignysera's thoughts are, what the fuck has my uncle got me into? Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
tell me to go on with these people.
Yeah. He met us and he went, they seem fine for my niece.
Literally met y'all in like an absolute disastrous situation and went, do you know who these people are great for? My niece needs to get out more. A diversity hire friends group. Like it's good for character building. Okay, I think we've been padded enough now. What are you telling grandmother?
What was the original question?
If Falkwin comes back to you still in this room,
I don't think he'd be
Challenge
surprised.
accepted. I will speak until I can speak no more.
Filibuster at Lockhart, go.
that's his
I think
final
tell her
move.
the Fae helped, because her question was,
Yeah.
what did the Fae do once it was
Yeah.
released?
Yeah.
And I think our answer is, it helped. It helped. Can we say it helped keep the table stable? Maybe without the rhyming.
I mean,
No, it has to
I
rhyme.
don't know.
yeah, the
It has to rhyme,
Fae
okay.
love rhyming.
That's the rhyme now.
So true. Oh God. All I can think that rhymes with stable is fable.
Were we to label it any other?
Oh, very good, very good.
It all started with a stable.
So true. Yeah, are we going for it helped?
Just go for it. See what happens when you speak. Yeah, we've had enough player agency time. It's fine.
Do it.
Okay. It helped. It helped a situation that could have imploded, resolve mostly bloodlessly. And helped a rightful queen assume her throne.
She raises an eyebrow.
Yeah.
She says, and that would be the current queen.
Mhm.
I believe it's Vermilion Light Scale, who is somewhat of a descendant, I believe, of your people also, Ignysera?
Yes.
Is she your cousin?
I mean, probably in some kind of weird way, based on the bloodlines, right? Because just like the way it's like Uncle Quilborn, right? Like it's very much a case of that mate of, you know, a friend's, but like way up their bloodline. I think we said that it was much further up
Yeah.
that yous were like tied, so it's really not a strong connection now, but they have kept it like it's close. So technically Vermi is somewhere in that family tree somewhere.
Like fourth cousin, twice removed or something.
But welcome at the table anyway, do you know what I mean, in terms of like dinner time, because yeah, like Quilborn's brother Brandon is the one that had the kid Vermi with Loudon, and further up that tree Ignysera's family and the Light Scales had like you know a connection somewhere. There's another family tree that branched off from that. So yeah, they are technically related. Yeah. Like a very typical RP party, right? Like, oh, how did these exact people all meet each other? Well.
For half a whiskey.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how you met all your dwarven friends. So many dwarven friends. So yeah, I kind of just poses that to Ignysera. Was there a response, Ignysera?
I said, I suppose we are.
She kind of says, yes. Quite unusual for two nations of the table to have a child that then gets selected by a blade of one nation. Are you saying that you have meddled in that process?
In the
No.
selection? No.
The sword had already picked her.
And you helped her claim the sword.
Years in advance of us even meeting.
She kind of like acknowledges that, like, as you say that, because that is also true. Like, it was like a couple of years in the making. Like, that she'd been building up her supporters. Because we know why.
I can't talk about it.
No, because Lyden died, and the world.
What? No.
The world don't really know that. It's that kind of, oh yeah, we're having a funeral for that. No, not a funeral, a going away party. That's what we said in all the paperwork. It wasn't funeral. It was a going away party. And no,
It was a fun Earl.
Yes, an Earl of Fun. A good title for a Dugal. But yes, so she looks a bit perplexed by the whole thing and then like pinches the bridge of her nose again. And then Katie goes, they're very fun people to know, aren't they? I find that any time I catch up with them, there's always a lot of headaches going around. But what's life without a headache or two? And she kind of just shakes her head and goes, you can stop talking. Anytime. He kind of just looks chuffed with himself. And then she looks at all of you and goes, okay, so you broke several iron laws. You're involved in multiple nations, politics, and not necessarily in a positive way as seen by the rulers of those nations. Yet. Yeah, and she goes, yet.
I think we'd disagree with that.
They seem to like, apart from Modesta, everyone seems to like her. Oh, don't say that.
Yeah. She goes, yet. Now it seems to have fallen into my lap to decide how to proceed with this information and all of you. I do not claim authority over any of you, except mayhap my granddaughter and her well-being. That falls completely within my purview. However, given that it seems like our destinies have aligned without intention, you are helping refugees I set into motion. I cannot overlook that. And yet here you all sit in my office again, needing my support in this. I will not overlook that either. I'm going to make several assumptions here, and it is that you have interfered with politics to the degree that you have ended up being bound in some kind of deal. That means you cannot speak of it, and I can assume that this Fae is somehow responsible for this.
I just tap my nose.
Now keep in mind, this would be used trying to mislead her, if you're going to let her believe.
Not true.
But that's the information she's got. Because you haven't mentioned, by the way, devils were involved, or more blade wielders were involved. You've done well to avoid that. But her current theory is you've messed with a Fade, it's bound you all. How would that look to an outsider? A helpful Fae. For helpful things. Like breaking apart the biggest threat to their kind entirely, being the Table of the Five Blades. Yeah, why would they want to destabilize the table? You can see her.
Yeah, you can see the thinking.
I like how Katie sits there acting like he's heard everything as well. Like, oh, I knew all this. When clearly
I
didn't.
don't know. Maybe he said. Just told him down and told him.
They all went away! I thought we warded the room.
What do we think? Do we let that lie?
No. And because that puts us in prison. That ends our life. That's the way the tale
We
goes.
will see.
I don't know.
No, we can. If that no.
Could we be like,
Nori's about to put his cloak up and run rather than admit than agree to this.
we just be like, well, you're on 2 out of 3. Or do we just? Could we just be like,
Yeah.
basically, with respect to your position, there is. Post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Okay.
Actual legalese. Or after of, therefore because of.
Don't you cast your spells at me, Lockhart? She casts counter spell, and then you have to speak normally.
Because something follows doesn't mean it's because of.
Yeah.
Correlation is not causation.
Yeah.
Be like deals.
I can't say that the deal was not with the Fae, because technically I did make a deal with the Fae. But the deal that bounds us not to speak is not with the Fae. So do we want to try and highlight that? Although
So
that's
it's the right
squarely-
concept, the wrong.
Yeah, I think if we highlight that it's not the Fae, it squarely points a light at the devil. Because who else do people make deals with?
Even then, I think Nori's answer to this one would be, my elven heritage wouldn't allow me to make a deal with the Fae.
Yeah. Why don't you leave with that then?
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would quickly respond to that and saying, my elven heritage would not allow me to be bound to a Fae.
And does that go for your non-elven companions?
Some of them.
She raises an eyebrow, suspiciously. And if you are not all bound by a Fae's desire to keep all of this hush, hush, then you imply table stability, you imply rightful rulers, you imply blade choices, you imply that this Fae has good intentions, and yet the only other thing with such authority to make these types of bindings.
We will not confirm where you're going with this. Cannot.
Katie just laughs at that. And then she kind of draws him a dirty look and says, yes, but I'm going to confirm it for my own sanity, Mr. Nediam. You're telling me there is a deal with one of my employers. And she just looks to everyone, because you can't respond.
We can't do
Except
anything.
Silence
Yeah.
is deafening.
We've got to
I mean,
sit there.
Ignysera can respond happily. Whether or not they believe that to be the case or not is a different story, but you just have never been able to confirm that that is a thing.
I think Lockhart might say, as with Mr. Nediam's conviction in his heritage, deals need not be made. Now, what he's going to try and say is that a deal, just because you can't break a deal doesn't mean it was made with a god. Is basically the gist of what he's trying to say. Just because you can't get out of a deal doesn't mean it is actually that nature. More because he feels like that's important, because laws are kind of like a deal like that.
Yep.
Not necessarily because he's trying to imply.
No, like just giving your word to someone's important, right?
Exactly. And it just feels right.
Yeah.
But I just was worried if that would imply that we weren't talking about a deal, if that would be allowed to be talked about.
It's up to you. You saying that?
I think the way Lockheart would sort of say it is, as Mr. Nediam's convictions are not necessarily bound by I wouldn't say divine, but is that a word that would...
Celestial. Divine would imply god. Celestial would imply anything god-like in nature, such as Falkwin's powers are god-like, rather than godly.
It does not require celestial enforcement. Sometimes...
But does it have it, Mr. Dourf? And what does Lockheart try and say?
Lockheart, I think Lockheart might try and say, even a deal... I can say even a deal with a child has must be or has great. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
Even if there's no magical restraints based on it, you honor your deals, kind of thing.
And they were asking essentially, but does it though in this case?
Yeah, effectively, she's saying, but is there celestial involvement in his deal though, Lockheart?
We cut out.
But what does Lockheart try and reply is more interesting, I think, to me, because obviously it might then imply, it might jarble the words as well, if he would have led with that, or if he's going to try and talk around it. I think the thing to take away from this conversation, she's a social match for you all.
Huh?
Maybe not Lockhart.
Fire.
Maybe not Lockhart's insane rolls he can hit every so often, when he hits a 34 or something on the dice. But yeah.
She might have a problem with truth seekers.
Yeah, who knew people trying to get answers would be... Oh, that's a fucking lie, We would happily tell the truth. No, we'd happily lie to get out of responsibility if people weren't good at finding out lies.
To be fair, she asked us to tell the truth.
Yeah.
You can't be mad at us because we did.
Yeah, and she doesn't seem mad, she just seems burdened by it.
Yeah.
Then she shouldn't have asked.
Can't fight your nature every day.
I think Lockhart's response would be, many of my deals are without celestial nature.
Yes, but we were discussing the nature of the deal that Mr. Nediam found himself under and whether celestial involvement was there.
I see.
So you don't answer.
I think I did.
Okay. And she says, "Okay, I think I'm going to start taking the non-answers as affirmations.
We
Keep silent again.
well, I think
Keep in mind, your deal wouldn't allow you to stay silent.
Yeah, we'd
Because
have
you
to talk.
can't lean into it
Yeah.
being confirmed through silence.
and
Yeah.
I think that's where we should step in and be like, no, we actually did stop you from taking that before. We could have let you on a path that would imply falsehoods, and we stepped in to try and stop that. So maybe don't try and dig too deep on this.
Yeah, but
don't-
also you're kind
so-
of justifying why she's doing it now because you're going to stop her. If she's wrong. Like, you've
But if
taught
she-
her how to get answers. You've taught her.
Oh no. She's just bad.
If she wants us to help, then that's not the way to go about it.
Yeah, well, tell her that.
Yeah, granddaughter, tell her that.
Yeah, Ignysera, swing your sword at her.
Generational trauma. I think Myr'ra's getting a vibe of like, I sort of understand why Mum might have run to the middle of the continent.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
You can
bring
just
that up.
picture every single time she'd have done anything. Just over dinner.
Completely.
So
Just
what, who did you meet? And why did you meet them?
Tell
Where
her
are
a
you
reminder
going?
of your mother.
Yeah, just set fire to this whole conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just become a werecrow.
Yeah.
Just run away.
You did this to me.
Or we could say, we told you there were things we couldn't talk about. We don't want to talk about this anymore.
Good. Yeah. Like, you
Can
can
we
say,
move past it?
you can
Like,
say
this is as
anything
much
to
as we
grandmother.
can tell you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think just try and get we also did try and give you that. We didn't want you to come away with false impressions from what we have said.
And keep in mind, none of you have been like magically garbled yet. Right?
Uh-huh.
So you've managed to have this conversation, despite how painful it may have been for all of us. You've managed to have the conversation thus far without the deal stopping you speaking. Right?
I do think we want to avoid it stopping it as much as possible.
Yes, because I think that highlights that it's definitely a...
And keep in mind, the
Okay.
deal has been garbled before when Nori tried to say
Yeah.
stuff, and Pride didn't exactly appear from the shadows and be like, why are you breaking my deal?
Yeah. But just also from our perspective,
Yes.
we wouldn't want pride.
We've tried to do it in good faith.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, we've always tried to be like, there's things we can't talk about.
And Faye overrode some of that, so it's fine.
Yeah? Okay.
Go for
What
it.
am I going with?
Go for it.
Yeah, go.
We there are things we can't talk about. Is there a way for us to move past that, or is this where we get stuck?
I feel like depending on the nature of how we move forward, some paths may be closed to us. Are you implying that me taking your silence on certain matters is not affirmation? And you can see like this, not a smirk, but like a, like,
Sometimes it's hard to find the right words.
yes, perhaps saying any. And it's that tone of like angry grandmother tone coming through. Like, you can tell like her patience is
Yeah, fair.
really
We've
running
thrown
out.
quite
Yeah.
a lot at her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. But she doesn't seem unsympathetic to the fact that you feel you've tried to help. There's not like that. It does come across more like you aren't letting me help.
Yeah.
Is the tone that's coming across from her.
If you ask us a direct question, you can answer it. We will. No yes or no's. have a direct question and answer it.
She like thinks to herself, and she goes, "For my own records," and she just taps like the side of her head. "I'd rather you try to answer it regardless. Is the nature in your silence such that it would be disastrous if you even attempted to speak of things you cannot?"
I think this is where my comments of a deal being made in celestial manners and not.
Katie cuts you off. He's like, "This is like that old fable, you know, the puzzle of you've got the chicken, you've got the grain, and a boat,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and some kind of hungry predator." As he stares at her when he says that. And looks back at you guys and goes, "I wonder which one yous are."
Oh, we're definitely great.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be eaten by many things.
Did Fleabite give them the boat?
I was like this. I think that was Hannah's comment last session. Was that exact comment of it feels like that kind of what, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Towers of Hanoi. If we move this and then we move this and then we're fucked it again.
Yeah.
Start again.
I also feel like it's Frog and the Scorpion.
That's more.
Isn't it?
That was with Pride in Arc 3. You're fine now. You've done that one. Definitely no residual problems.
Like I feel like with Lockhart's point trying to be that like we're also trying to uphold this deal. Like we're not trying to get out of it. We're not trying to break it. We're trying to keep it.
And the hard point to that was effectively try and break it.
Can we just respond? We don't want to.
Because she's basically asking what's the consequences of you breaking it.
Yeah.
It's effectively what she did say, just with different words. She'd like an answer to a direct question, even if you think you can't. She'd like you to try, basically. And she did dress that up at the start by basically saying, "You're not really letting me help." Like, that is her position of, "I can't help unless I know details. You're telling me you can't give me details, but you can't even tell me why you can't give me details. You're just saying you can't."
Hey, we told you about a fate.
Which, yeah, and she still believes that you're bound to a fate in some way.
Which
We told her not to think that.
Yeah.
Not think that. Just don't not think what you didn't work going through.
Which makes you sound like a fae.
It's just phase all the way down.
Just phase all the way down.
Do we tell her? Essentially, Lockhart's response would sort of be, "We really regret that we had to make the deal. We did have to make the deal, and we don't want to undo the deal. We just don't want anyone to talk about having to have that we had to do the deal. This is a settled matter. Let's just move on."
So let's assume you said all that as Lockhart, and her response is, "Do you think the Grand Council will take such a thing as settled? My questions are nothing compared to the Inquisition you face there. I am trying my best to prepare you for that, because that could have intra-continental problems. If the table fractures, you know what happens next, I assume."
Yeah.
Just what we been avoiding.
I think Myr'ra at this point will also be thinking about the fact that whatever the fuck Brannon is trying to do, also probably going to break the table. Like,
Yeah, but that's a later that's like an arc 5, you could say, problem.
This arc is called Master of the Summer Elves.
Yes, it's fine.
Concerning. But also, if you could get a move on, you'd love to get out of jail freak.
Yeah, like, Branell, could you hurry? Whatever you're doing, could it be a bigger distraction than our current legal problems?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
And also, just edit the part where we have spoken to you and said we're actually going to help.
Yeah. We've also agreed.
Yeah.
Every time we put out a fire, another bigger fire happens.
It's just because you moved the fire that you went to put out over to the left.
That is true.
Put it with another fire.
Yeah.
Put this fire with the other fire. Oh, she is correct. Like, she's not wrong. But equally.
But if she could use some of her influence to, make it not a problem.
She's kind of trying to get there. You're just not helping her get there.
So I guess what we're trying to stop is Lady Featherstone from being set on pride, because we don't want to lose pride from the table. So we're trying to not dob in pride and Vermi, sort of, but Vermi's potentially already in.
I think
she's already been taken in under investigation. Yeah, but we're the only witnesses, so it's unclear how much is known.
there's that entire throne room full of people who saw that we're not technically the only we're the only direct witnesses to the unleashing of the Fae.
Yes.
But
do we think anyone else saw the Fae, saw Carol in the throne room?
He did get stabbed by the sword.
Yeah, but did anyone see it?
I think you could probably safely accept
We're trying to circumvent the problem again.
when you moved to the throne room, Carol wasn't there, remember?
No.
Until he got stabbed, so you could assume people have seen that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But keep in mind how fast that would have all happened regardless, because, Loudon and Vermi are, quite capable fighters. Or at least Pride, Loudon, and Vermi were very capable fighters. And it was very quick. And as I said, Pride Loudon thought they had won with a cheeky backward stab. And alas, no. Chiral intervened and took the hit.
So I guess sort of what we have to try and decide is it worth trying to get Lady Featherstone's help if it risks losing Pride's help? So any more that we try and brush up against the deal or talk about Vermi is risking our current hand for an additional ally.
You're also at the point where you've stated it early on in this conversation that you think she could be a bigger ally ultimately because of her ability to put Pride in check. So why are you worried about Pride's reactions here if she can put Pride in check?
Because we've seen Pride's powers, we haven't seen hers. We only have authority, or written authority as far as we're concerned. We haven't seen what has put her in place.
And so we want we want them both. And I think we've been somewhat working under the assumption that they are mutually exclusive. That is, I think, but it feels like quite an assumption actually now that.
What I'll say is, I think my friends are worried what the repercussions might be if they even try.
Perhaps it would be better to find out in a controlled environment.
Is this a controlled environment?
Can you think of a better place to be regarding some group of individuals bound to some other power? Be that through the strength of your word. She stares at Lockhart. or anything else, celestial or otherwise. And she looks back to you, Ignysera, when she says that.
I just look at the others and it's like I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's not me.
But you can definitely look at them expectantly to be like, well,
Yes.
guys, like, I mean, I don't know
But it's-
anything officially.
I can't do it. I've got we haven't got the information to tell, so it's sorry.
I think Nori's just getting a little bit tired of everything else, and he's just going to say, "Okay, everything. Want to hear everything? Are you sure?"
Katie's like, yes. She just looks at him and she just shakes her head again and is like, if possible, yes. She actually sits the quill
And
down
here
on
is
the
everything.
table. So she sits the quill on the table at that to be like, yeah, hit me with it.
We were hired by Queen Loudon. To our best knowledge, we were hired by Queen Loudon. Sorry.
He's being stopped.
Conversation.
He's being stopped. He's being censored.
Yes, exactly.
It's Joy.
Maybe they're
She's
calling you a demon. Never mind. Never mind. Just wave.
We were not calling you a demon at all. How dare you?
I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble now. And that's without this conversation. So, back to the story. We were hired, as to the best of our beliefs, by Queen Loudon to go and investigate a usurper. The usurper turned out to be Queen Loudon's daughter, who had been chosen by the Blade, and we supported her coming back to her kingdom, where we discovered that Queen Loudon had been placed by another. This other turned out to be one of the people you work for. There was a battle between Queen Vermilion and the person you work for was on the verge of killing her, and the Fae stepped in and the person you work for was then sent back, dead to sin.
The Cascade City, but yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah, she was in the base. She was in a cupboard. Well, I don't know that, but she was in a cupboard.
We found your boss in a cupboard, hiding.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, anything else you want to attempt to add there, Nori, out of interest, or is that what you're trying to say?
That is exactly what I'm going to try and say.
Before we find out what happens in the actual narrative, what were your thoughts there, Alexander?
Just if you're going there, I know I'm catching up now. Maybe you wouldn't be able to go any further, but it was just that
We don't know he's been able to go that far.
True. It was a kind of that we then came to an understanding that everything would be returned to status quo in return for normality. You know, essentially just kind of rounding it off and basically being saying, like, because if you leave it there, it kind of sounds like, yeah, we kicked them out and we're now fighting against them. It's like, no, we did actually kind of patch things up with the other group. I say I'm not sure how much that is possible because of.
Well, again, as I said, we don't know how much has been possible so far, so it's up to Nori if Nori wanted to add that capstone to that story being, and then we made an agreement with your boss that we wouldn't discuss anything so long as they did their best to rectify the situation. Because that is all what happened. So it's up to Nori if they would add that part.
Yeah. I will try to add that. Yes.
Yep. Cool. Anything else you want
At a
to?
future date. Yeah, because it didn't happen then. It happened whenever we met.
Yeah.
When Queen Loudon was resurrected.
And Sandra.
I'm not going to mention that yet.
So,
Hell showed up.
Ignysera.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do hearing that story for the first time?
I don't know. What do I do?
It's the first time you've technically heard them speak about any of that.
And I heard it all.
Yeah. All of it.
Well,
As did everybody else in the room.
I'll probably say that, I understood what you just said. If that's what you're not supposed to talk about, then now we know.
So yeah, she cuts in. Featherstone cuts in and says, "So, one of my employers, the one likely to be a threat to a blade wielder. So Pride.
Is she one of your employees?
I say one of the employers, yes. She says, now is not the time to be evasive at this stage in the tale.
I'm far and deep. I'm just going to say, then yes.
And everybody hears that. And that's where we go to break. So, we're going to take a wee 10-minute break here. I mean, you asked me to have given her a deal that gave her something worthwhile.
Yeah.
She went big. Yeah.
Yeah, she swung. She swung hard.
Right, we'll be back. Let me just type that in. Back in 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll get us on our be back soon. Meeting. Okay, so good hello. This should be us back. Some audio from you guys, please. Anyone?
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Perfect.
Audio.
Audio. Boom, boom.
Audio.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
perfect. Thank you.
Yay.
Well, good hello and welcome to Arc 4, the last of the Summer Elves of the Cascade World arcs, and it is the part 13, part 2 of part 13. It's the first of the third, 25. I'm Viktor, the GM. Here are the players.
Hello, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. I'm continuing to play Lockheart Dourf. The Empathic speaker is exactly the sort of person you want interpreting upon, as we've seen.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin and is very stressed.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-Elven explorer who likes to infiltrate. It's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, it seems.
So help me, Pride.
I think I just off the corner of my eyes caught the thingy screen, which I think still says Super Secret Expansion Zone.
It does? Yeah. Yeah, nobody that, watches is allowed to see the actual map. Yeah, the super secret DLC zone of Dinosaur Island. Yeah. We know what it is.
Dinosaur Island.
Usually see it. I was like, oh wait, that's what other people see.
Yeah, it's our little brick screen. Mostly because, obviously, I don't often cut to roll 20 in this campaign. So,
What do you mean? We roll things all the time.
Yeah. Because obviously it used to just be my face and the map, or like the Roll20 screen that we always saw. So if I can find a way to get that on board with everybody's faces around it or whatever, like, fair enough. But that involves me learning things, and I don't want to do that. So if that can just
That's
be...
effort.
Exactly.
Who wants to do that?
Because we've got a reasonable amount of screen real estate we can still use, do you know what I mean? It would just involve me having to, like, get software that moves everyone's faces, and then when people joined and reconnected or moved their cameras on and off and stuff, it would realign everyone, so I just don't want to do that, if I'm perfectly honest. It'd be different if everybody was okay with having their cameras on and then they only turned them off to having a black thing in front of their camera so they didn't move positions when they disabled their visuals, because then you'd still stay in your little socket instead of everything shuffling. So
We all need to get one of those magicians cloths.
yeah. I was waiting for some kind of effect to happen. Yeah, just...
You have to hold it for longer.
But anyway, you've now been hit with the revelation that you are able to speak of things that would have been quite restricting. Dun dun dun.
Does Pride burst into
In
the
Granny's
room?
presence.
So can we ask how? Why? How have we done this? But
It's good if you wanted, yeah. It could be a reasonable re-icebreaker.
But I feel like I don't want to get off.
I think
I
Lockhart
want
probably
to
is
know.
quite concerned. Is like, does this invalidate the terms of our deal? Concern.
Then she sits back a bit like she was perched on the edge of the desk. And she kind of like leans back out, like both hands on the desk, and kind of looks to the sky a bit. You can see her muttering something, and then she looks back and goes, "Yep." So Pride is up to more things. And that's seemingly more to herself than you guys.
That wasn't a yep. Was that
So
a
that
yep?
wasn't
We've
an
been
oh,
Oh no,
doing
she doesn't.
that deal?
She doesn't really seem to have been taking in what you guys say. This seems to be her processing what she's just heard as well. Like, oh, Pride. Seems to be the vibe that you're getting there. And then she looks at you and goes, "Yes, after the 50th or so suspect that could not speak due to reasons unbeknownst to them, we had this room specially set up to be immune to these things, given that the devil in question would have to come and allow them to speak and that became quite time-consuming for each of them. They all mutually agreed this would be a better solution if left to my sort of like discretion.
It would have been so much easier if you told us this at the start.
Yes, who knew being upfront and honest with each other would have expedited us to this point.
You could have been upfront and honest.
We should know it was a devil deal you had.
Yeah.
You took a long time to even get anywhere close to devil territory for good reason, mind you.
Yes. I'm concerned. Does the allowances of this room free people from the inability to discuss, or does it free them of the obligation to keep quiet?
Well, I think you'll have to take that up with Pride. I cannot state here that you are free of consequence for sharing this information, merely that you're able to share it. Do you wish me to request Pride's presence and get you an answer on that, Mr. Dourf?
And I invoke Brad and Al as well.
Get them all here!
I'm turning into a bee and leaving you all.
I think Posey had the right idea.
Honestly, just live your life as a bee. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, seems way less. Potentially an immortal bee as well. Okay, I bagsy that. To execute us. That's my plan.
Well, you've got the getting someone to Margot's Royal Chambers box still.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
like, you've got a get out of sin free card.
Yep, but only for one person.
Yeah.
And only to Marco's chamber.
Okay, one person becomes a bee. One person runs away.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe we message Master Amblin. Someone could go to the moon.
It's about time to find out whether demons can see through my cloak.
So what's the next move, gang? Lockhart hasn't really responded technically to her question.
No.
The internal screaming was very audible, though.
I'm uncomfortable with this. Kind of looking at, I'll be honest, looking a little bit at Nori and that.
What have you done to us?
It was less about whether we could or not. Well, I think it might help us. It's just, we did make a deal.
Katie just smiles like he's just had the best gossip.
Oh, damn it. Katie's going to tell everybody.
Seeing Lockhart looking at me, I'll turn to the group and say, look, you guys haven't said a word here. Any repercussions, I'll take them all. You don't need to confirm anything. I will just continue the conversation.
Unfortunately, Mr. Nediam, the devils are somewhat more of a broad strokes resolution. I'm not quite eager for my neck to be on the line either.
Question.
Yeah, she knew where you were going with that. Yeah.
And now you know the truth. What's next?
Next, we have to decide what you're telling the Grand Council, because this is fucked.
This is why we struggle to tell you, because we do understand that.
Are you needed anymore? She just looks at KT. And he's like, huh. Like, hand on his chest, like, of course I'm needed, type expression on his face. And he goes, I mean, where else would I be needed if not here to support my friends? And he looks at all of you to kind of gauge your responses to that. What's the expression generally from you guys? Basically, is Katie welcome to stick around or leave?
He's been almost as involved since the beginning. Like, he's literally the first person we met. Douglas Dugal. And he knows now, so.
Yeah. Really?
I just nod back
Yeah.
at Katie.
Yeah. Featherstone just would cut back to her, pinching her bridge of her nose again. She goes, well, you know anyway, so you may as well stay. Just keep quiet. Yes, I think that would be advisable for all of us in this situation, don't you think? And he kind of like smirks at everyone, like, oh.
Myr'ra looks slightly put out. He definitely sang like a canary.
Oh, 100%.
This isn't all on us.
That's why he didn't look at anyone when you came in. He was like, yep, just me. I'm here too. Yep, we're not all in trouble with the principal. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely promised us he wouldn't tell people, and then instantly told everyone we were behind the prank.
Well, he didn't tell people. He told Preston.
True, and very intimidating and scary.
Yeah, she is. The fact that she seems to also learn how to get used to give her the authority to ask the question. Yeah. She goes, exactly what is our next step might be harder to work out if we are at cross purposes. It seems like the stability of the waves vaguely. It's not even just the continent at this point. It's literally all of Gian. And she says Gian rather than Cascade.
Is that like the older name for Elves?
So, Alata and Gian are like the sun and the earth, basically. So, yeah, like, so a lot of the naturey celestial stuff, which would be like Druidry or whatever, is attributed to Gian because when Alata and Gian existed, they thought, right, let's go do something, and they made souls. And then they made the grand cycle and thought, well, I'll look after them, you look after them. One became the sun, one became the planet. And that created the grand cycle, etc. So Gian and Alata are like the two big gods of like good, effectively. Gian is kind of seen more neutral in the sense of like the laws of nature, etc., and survival of the fittest and stuff. And then the third biggest worshipped entity, anyone? Eve, the first to fall, the angel that took souls for herself, and then became the first who was banished from light and banished from warmth, and effectively the one that seemingly caused the other 7 to fall in some way. It's been very vague about that, but you have poked at that a tiny bit over the last couple of arcs. Pride was quite vague about all of that. But yeah, so it's a bit of the kind of, I guess, celestial histories.
Yeah. I think Nori's response to what comes next, even though I asked the question, would be to also then continue saying, your employer is aware of the current situation. About our arrest, us being wanted, about everything, really.
So what you're saying is we should include her. Would you prefer her to find out we had this discussion without her presence? You will
Leads
not
to a
want
resolution.
She turns to Katie and goes, you won't want to be there for that.
Is that what we want, guys?
You know what? We're not going to have a choice now that I've opened my mouth. if Pride knows we're talking about it, he's coming. She's coming. Sorry, I keep saying he. He's coming.
And you don't
one way or
know.
the other,
Like, you
whether
don't
it's
know if they
earlier,
know,
whether it's
right?
later.
Like, you don't know what Pride knows at this point. This room might have protected you from that.
Yeah, but we don't know. We don't know how the magic works. There could be every chance that this is just like a black box and no one knows anything that's said inside it.
And you can
Or it
imagine
could
it
be.
probably is useful, right? Like having a,
Yeah.
you know, it won't be the only time you will have experienced the idea of a black box room where, you know, surveillance is key. Jet had a cipher that even did this. Do you know what I mean? To the point where, like, blocked out surveillance, just never used it, because who uses ciphers in this system? Meh.
Hey, I don't have any left, and I can't find any.
You've not looked for any?
That's what I mean. I keep forgetting to. Every time we wander off into a city, I'm going to go, I'm out here looking for ciphers. Where do I look?
I bet there's some in this office.
Yeah, for
Oh, yeah.
sure.
We'll distract from the topic.
Just start going through drawers, like, do you mind? But yeah, so effectively it's up to you whether or not you want Pride to find out through any method, regardless of how they find out. Would you rather Pride find out themselves or from you guys that this had been discussed thus far? Because quite frankly, the damage potential of it getting to, you know, Lady Featherstone is a lot less than if it got to anyone else, like, say, KT. Which is why she turned to KT moments ago and said you don't want to be here for that.
Yeah.
I think we're by that stage. I think, yes, he should be invited to a meeting with, and he should be put under the same pressure to disclose what he knows, rather than us just sitting
As in Pride?
mouthing off. Yes.
Okay.
You're saying he, she.
It's okay, it's just like you were talking about KT because you were saying he there, that was all.
No.
It's like,
No,
KT's happy to mouth off anytime.
But I'm happy for them to be under pressure too.
Yeah. So,
Yes, I think we're at that stage where Pride gets invited to a meeting, we're in the meeting, and then she's interrogated. Sorry.
is KT in this meeting or not?
No.
I would say absolutely that's their choice.
I wonder if we go for, let's try and establish what Lady Featherstone wants, what Grandma wants. And then either we could just go and tell Pride. We could just go and, like, hands up, go, we've just been interrogated. We had to.
We were interrogated in the fancy room.
Yeah.
The fence.
It lasted longer than you'd think, but
Would it have more weight used going to her? And potentially interrupting a heat bath? Or having her be summoned by the person in the authority to do that, and then witness the spectacle of yous in the room under pressure of Granny Featherstone? What do you think sends a better message? Because it's quite a tough call, that one, isn't
I
it?
would get Lady
Does-
Featherstone to invite him. Sorry, her.
I love that, even though that Pride is...
My mind.
I love how she's played by Michelle Gomez as well. You know this.
I know.
She does have a lot of masculine energy, though, to be fair, Michelle Gomez, just generally, so...
I mean,
If we do it now, we've got Grandma for protection.
True.
That's my thoughts.
We have a
If
whip.
we do it
And even get her
later,
to put her in one of those cells. Even get Granny to put us in a cell and just say,
put us in a cell. Okay, yeah. So there's bars
Yes.
between us and Pride. So that when she atomizes us, easy to clean up.
I mean, Nori suggesting going in a cell would be no, but just interrogated these and we'll put them in a cell because they've got to go to Cascade City. What do you know about this?
I don't know.
would it be worth just asking what Lady Featherstone thinks of that? Just she might know Pride better than we do. Maybe not. And I know it's kind of asking. It's wishing for God to answer the question. But
I do think if Pride comes, Katie has to leave.
yeah, it's more about just whether it's better to go to her or have her brought to us.
Yeah.
So remember Alexander and Chris back in the other game?
Colin, yeah.
And Colin just like, what if I just ask my god what they think I should do? I'm like, they say that you
Exactly
need to
what I
make
was
the
saying.
choice. Yeah, yep. They say you have to make the choice because you're the fucking player. Yep.
And I don't want to be.
Well, Featherstone's reply to that question that wasn't asked, but clearly has been asked, because I think it's the consensus, is that I'm not here to decide your fate currently. I think there's someone with a higher authority that may need to be looked in on this, if you believe you have breached some agreement with them. How you wish to tell them, I leave to you.
And I'm going to suggest exactly what I said there. Then please put us in a cell and invite Pride. KT, your decision whether you stick around for this, but
Okay. Looks at everyone else's expressions, who look, I guess, stressed. And he says, I'm sure I can be elsewhere for the time being if needed. You know where to reach me. And he kind of looks
my ring.
around. Oh, I suppose I best leave the room to do that. Yes. And she just
Explodes with bats.
she just like rolls her eyes and like uncrosses his legs, stands up. You can probably guess that he went to just try and vanish.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he's like, "Oh, I'm still here." Yes, I'll leave the room. Yes, adjusts his outfit and off he walks.
Hi, KD.
As he's closing the door, he just says, "Good luck."
Oh god! Remember when this was about getting more information about the heart piercer and the fact that other people had seen things?
Mm.
Yeah, I hope
Nori's
TT
back
gave
now.
all the information about that he was meant.
They did speak for 45 minutes of probably excruciating
Yeah.
conversation together.
Yeah, that's true.
She does have a stack of parchment, remember, that she was adjusting things through as well, so we got over some of the hiccups in the story. Yeah, maybe. And she says, are we in agreement then?
Yeah.
Certainly am.
It's-
She just like,
Suggested it, so
Lockhart, you look like you're going to interject.
It was just sort of our priority is so that we can help Vermi in Cascade.
Hmm.
Um,
You're getting ahead of yourself. Let's not worry too much about things not within this room.
as far as things in this room, I mean, are we? Do you think she would answer if we are going to ask Lady Featherstone about what she plans to do about Pride? Is this kind of one of those things Pride's done? Yeah. Well, it seems to have tied itself off. Or is this going to be like a Pride? I hereby banish you to
The Shadow Realm. I mean, you just tell me, because before Featherstone takes any action, you kind of need to tell me if she's summoning Pride or not.
I think it's a worthwhile question to ask. If we do summon Pride?
Or even kind of regardless of whether we summon Pride or not, it's just like, what are your intentions with Pride regarding this matter?
Well, if you're asking her that, Galaxy goes, I think we have some pressing things we have to clarify first, like, will you be around to testify against her if I were to take action? So there's no point in me speculating as to whether I have witnesses or not, is there?
Valid.
And she like reaches into like a desk drawer, like leans over the table, pulls out a piece of like, almost like gold inlaid parchment with like some script that goes around it. Myr'ra, this seems similar to a lot of the way she would contact you, basically. So it's effectively like the messaging spell, but in parchment form, and it usually delivers a much nicer letter physically.
Okay.
So.
Are we summoning Pride, guys? Is that the play?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
get it over and done with.
She scribbles some stuff with her quill. Doesn't seem to scribble a lot, and then the whole thing just like burns up. Well, I'll be back in a moment. Try not to... whatever yous do. And then she just walks through the middle of the seating, opens the door out, one of the big double doors, out, and then like closes it behind her. And then, yeah, about 10 seconds pass, and she walks right back in, already saying, "Yep, this way." And in walks Pride. I know.
With Katie. I knew it.
No, takes off her mask, it's Katie all along. No. In walks Pride,
Sorry,
and looking, hungry is maybe the word, at everyone. Like snapping her teeth and such. Not in like an aggressive way, but in like an uncomfortably sexual way. As if you can tell that she's like basking in the tension in this room as she walks in, and she makes a point of like touching people's shoulders as if, as she's walking past everyone. And then she sits in Featherstone's chair. Featherstone's just there at the door and just closes the door with a thunk at that point, as if this is how this is going to go. And then Pride holds up the letter, still sizzling. Just, so it turns out we're in a sharing mood this evening. Puts the letter on the desk as the smoke comes off of it. Well,
I'm going to put my hand up straight away and go, yes, my fault. You have been summoned back to Cascade, as we told you, and Lady Featherstone was trying to figure out why, and I blurted out.
You've been summoned back to Cascade.
Not thinking. Yes.
And why is that?
Well, Lady Featherstone knows the answer to that, so...
Yes, but I'm asking you, because she works for me and you don't. Not anymore, technically.
Being summoned back to, we believe, defend our release of a Fae.
Right.
As you well know.
We're still on that. Like
Seems to be.
Taps like our very sharp fingernails on the desk, leaving indents in the desk. Featherstone hasn't moved from the two doors at the back of the room either. Her presence seems to have shrunk somewhat, despite what it was moments ago. Pride leans down off the desk and just starts sitting a shoe on the desk. Leans down again, sits her other shoe on the desk. She starts adjusts in the seat, and she's sat like cross-legged and she's like rubbing one of her feet, just absent-mindedly. So, your queen has been caught with her hands in a Fae's pants, and now yous are on the line, which means I'm on the line, which means, oh no, war with everyone. Am I right?
As we can prevent it, it seems to be the way this is going.
Well, let's prevent it. Problem solved. How does that sound for everyone? Yes? 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 Preventing it, everyone? Yes?
Sounds preferable to the alternative.
Yes. How are we going to do that?
We convince the council that there's no need for further investigations.
Bless you, Ignysera. And how are we going to convince the council? By we, I mean you, because I wasn't involved, of course.
Of course. And as a sensible member of the council who doesn't want to trouble so many others with difficult or unnecessary bureaucracy and litigation, then we could consider it an internal matter that has been settled. No need for the council to be involved.
Yet, from my understanding, they are involved, because guess who was asked to attend? I am the wielder of the second blade. Of course I was invited.
So you'll be there anyway. Excellent.
Yes. Judging. Not being judged. Let's not have that dynamic change.
Oh, we have to justify the replacement of one queen with another.
Yes, without breaching our deal. It's going to be very tricky. The council has no such luxury as this room.
Well, then I guess it depends what questions the judges ask.
Correct, yes. And I imagine I would have lots of questions, carefully scripted.
Questions that could suit our answers, I'm sure.
Yes. I'm sure. But I'm not the only one at that table, Lockheart.
In matters of...
Can you sway your uncle? She just talks over Lockheart at that point and looks at you, Ignysera.
I don't know how much influence I have over him.
I mean, how are you supposed to know your capabilities unless you fully try? Exploit him, dear. This is war we're trying to avoid. And me being embarrassed. Can't have that. Might be worth going to war. She says with like the biggest smirk, like on her face.
At the present time, then, that leaves us with...
Your best friend,
Right.
Margot.
Correct. And the elves.
She waves a hand.
Will the elves have a judge present?
She kind of rolls her eyes and she goes, Featherstone, you can answer that. And then she kind of clears her throat from the back of the room and then finally walks forward and like just kind of stands next to Pride, like behind the desk as if this is my fucking office. Like looking at her shoes that are on her desk and stuff, and the fact that like her nails have dug into the nice wood, probably imported wood because we know that's important. And she says, it's quite at the discretion of the council whether or not the elves are allowed to weigh in or not. The respect for the sacrifice that the Iron Root had has always given them a singular voice, so long as they act in unison and are not at odds with each other. Which is why the three rulers attend as one. If one has not attended, they have no voice.
And would there be a representative of Denk?
Yes, I think it would fall to whoever was appointed regent.
Do you have anything... I'm going to be coy. Your past relationship with the now regent? Do you have any influence there?
I think at that point, that's when, like, Featherstone screws up her face, like, what are you talking about? And then realises you're talking to Pride. I was like, what? Because obviously you haven't been so open about, by the way, Pride possessed Loudon, and then married Douglas to Gal, and all of that was in that time frame. Like, it's been implied heavily. But now she's maybe clicking, like, Oh my god, this is so inbred. So Pride's just like, still like rubbing one of her feet. Like, right, yeah, I see what you're saying. You might still like me. Loudon's currently in use though. She kind of like looks coy about that. Like, maybe.
Featherstone's going, what?
Yeah, Featherstone's like, oh, I can't process all of this. So then Pride says, maybe Loudon would speak on my behalf, on his behalf, since she's the one that married him. And it's for her daughter.
So, as far as the judges are concerned, it would seem not too many that would be of great interest asking difficult questions.
Well, the problem really is if the elves are not in agreement. She says that with like utter disdain. Like she has no time for them apparently. Like that just almost feels like unnecessary extra steps. Like to her, it seems.
I'm getting more and more insulted by it.
Yeah, like she definitely doesn't seem to like care much for them. Despite how much she personally owes to the Iron Roots as well. Do you know what I mean? Given everything, but she's like, effectively, there's 2 votes you have to care about, because considering Denk are under fire, their vote won't count for much. Even if it is a regent in place making it, they're kind of not really important at that point. Much like if I was under investigation. Can you imagine the devils having a vote that weighed anything into the fray? So, that leaves your uncle and your best friend.
I think the odds just switched in our favour.
As long as the elves are in discord.
Well, 1 vote against 2 seems quite useful, and my vote, of course, we know which way that's going to go, so long as I am left out of any judgment. That's 3 votes versus 1.
As long as the correct questions are asked.
Well, let's put it this way. Given that the table was made to stop the Fae, and the question is, are you allowed to continue existing because you aided the Fae? And then we fast forward a bit to the part where the entire reason anybody has power is because we had to eradicate the Fae. I don't think you're going to get the vote you think you're going to get. And I don't know if I want to vote against the others. Because then they're going to ask questions.
So
you have to get one other person to be sympathetic to the Fae. And it has to be Uncle or Margot.
Empathetic to the Fae. I don't know if that's correct.
Claire raises an eyebrow. Goes, no, it is. Just very definitively. She's very like, why wouldn't it be? I said it. Featherstone goes, what are your thoughts, Mr. Nediam? I believe is what... She kind of just looks at her and she just stops speaking at that point.
Oh. The Fae are no longer on this world, apart from... which may be one of many, or one that has been discarded. And...
just get Verme to kill him. Then it's done. She likes you all. You put her in power. convince her.
No, the sword put her in power.
She kind of rolls her eyes. Yes, well, some of us had fixed that.
Oh. Fair.
Featherstone was so instrumental in
Maybe-
that, giving you that cipher as well. Tavistock, because technically that really did help knock a lot of dominoes down.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nori. So effectively, what Pride is saying is, Vermi looks sympathetic to the Fae, which is why she's basically going to be killed. Ultimately, she's a threat to the world because she's sympathetic to Fae. You need someone else to vote to forgive Vermi, and Pride can't be the only person on the council to do that.
Yeah.
Because Pride will vote in favour of getting rid of this matter, one way or the other. And she will vote in your favour because she likes you guys, obviously, but she'll need one person to vote that way as well. The problem is, whoever you pick, 'cause you could try both Margot and, obviously, Uncle Dragon. But you could try all the elves. You could ask all 3 leaders if you wanted. Try and get there. That could be a whole new side quest. Let's go speak to all the elven rulers. Collect the set.
No, I think it's fairly simple. We've got Ignysera goes to the span. We've got Nori goes to all the elves.
Yep.
And Myr'ra goes to the short lanterns, and we solve the problem. That way we get all the
Well,
votes.
And
No.
Lockheart goes to Cascade and reads every law book there has ever been laid to the Fae.
No, Nori goes and
We're not gonna
speaks to
get this
two of 3 of the elves. We send Falkwin and a gold leaf elf attached to Falkwin
So true.
to Mirage.
Oh yeah, how do we get there? Also, Mirage itself might be a murderer. Who knows?
So, yeah.
I think we've got a good chance here because Uncle Dragon is still
Yeah.
great Uncle Dragon. You know what I mean?
He's also
Is he
Vermi's
gonna-
uncle.
Yeah, he is
Right.
Vermi's
I
uncle.
mean, yeah,
Yeah.
great uncle.
So-
Yeah.
You've got, a couple of
Powerful.
things. It's not just me. It's
Mhm.
probably more that he cares about Vermi.
Well, maybe it's getting him in a room and
Also, him and Margot were there for a bunch of the bullshit in the basement.
Mhm.
saw Loudon being resurrected.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So they've got to.
A lot of shit happened.
So explaining half the story might be enough. But the question is going to be, how do we make sure that no other Fae come to this world again? That's going to be down to a certain other person answering that question that we might not want to invite to the meeting.
Sir Ethan?
No.
I just like throwing him in.
Cairo.
Could be Kyril. It's the answer.
Mm.
They know he's there.
Speaks
They
for
know he
himself.
exists.
Yeah.
New power move of calling a witness. In my defense for consortium,
would like to
Fae,
call.
I summon a Fae.
So now everyone looks at him and goes, but the Fae was already on the witness stand, Lockhart. We've been waiting on you the whole time. So,
Cascade City.
Or we tried to discredit Sir Ethan. We say he was lying. The whole thing's made up.
I think he was drunk.
We've never met this.
what a heel turn at this stage in the game. The idea of just chucking him under the bus finally, like, actually, do you know what? Fuck him.
You know what? You didn't have to say anything to
One of
anybody.
the questions we don't have an answer to. Our minds were white when we were transferred. Did Kyril do anything to Sir Ethan that he doesn't remember that conversation at all? That would be
Bless
so
you.
much easier.
Oh, no, I
Yeah, we're not that lucky, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, we're not.
KT seemed to remember a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you think?
So,
On you go.
Katie wasn't in the room.
sort of what Lockhart was also trying to get at was if there was like an interrogation, if, as Pride alluded to, the script, as it were, even concern if the elves get a chance to ask questions, they could ask a question that we don't have an answer to. And if we give an answer to it, it could mean pride is on the other side, which we definitely don't want.
I also feel we've proved that we're not good at answering questions with lies. So we'd need to be really clear on what we were saying. Because yeah.
Or on what we're getting asked.
So do you want to give the script to the elves?
Could you only ask these questions, please?
I think the other thing to
They're
really
doing
remember.
interviews, don't they?
So here's the thing to really not let slip from your minds. Do you think anyone at the table wants not only an inter or intra-continental war?
No.
As your characters or as you as players, do you think anybody there wants a war? Either with the table or with the Rakishan Empire?
I think round about us at the present time, you have a fair
Sorry, the reason I'm bringing that particular question
breakdown
up,
of the continent.
right? So
Is if we can give people a
None of
better
us-
narrative, they'd be more willing to go with it to avoid war.
yeah, wouldn't you if you were in the council?
Yeah, if we can give them a reasonable explanation that makes it so they can
Avoid war.
yeah.
What if someone hits us with a
Truth spell.
what's it called? The
What, like a zone
Truth
of truth?
stone?
Or like a
Dragon.
firestone?
Oh, the
Firestone.
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 Who's gonna?
Yeah, who's gonna risk? Well, you can imagine that a firestone will likely be present, given the Fae. Since that's why they were made. Although there are not many left in the world.
But we know who has one.
Yeah, Vermi has one. And I know Vermi can word things because she's got the conviction to go through fire.
Yep. We also don't, at this point, sort of know what Vermi's play is.
No.
Like, we don't know if she's...
I was kidnapped by these strangers and they mind-whammied me with a firestone!
We tried so hard to not undermine you. But also, fair play, it's like her kingdom, and we're just
Subjects of it,
random.
effectively.
Yeah.
Lockhart be her lawyer and have a meeting.
I don't think that works if we're also on trial.
Well, no, surely we are being called essentially as witnesses to it.
I think person of interest is a more accurate statement, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then are we being accused of freeing them, or just the knowledge that we did?
Your presence
They
was
were freed.
requested very emphatically in the message you got, Nori. Effectively the subpoena of turn up because we're telling you to. So yeah, they were quite vague. They weren't going to say, come here so we can lock you up in jail. Though, funnily enough, not many people turn up.
So enough.
It's okay, Lockhart can remember that time that he was a jailer.
Technically, probably still is.
No, I believe that was resolved. He was allowed to leave that post.
That's what the other jailers meant to think. I have his name somewhere.
Yeah, I don't remember either, but it's somewhere, yeah. But yes, so what is the current plan? Because Pride's like, we can tell them anything, as long as it means we avoid what nobody wants.
Yeah.
The problem we face is why was Queen Vermilion called upon?
Because
How did Queen
somebody
Loudon
killed Loudon and started this whole mess. She's just staring at you while saying this, like, kind of cartoonishly.
Correct.
And we're going to
But
file that,
there's a
Mr.
time
Nediam, under
gap.
things we don't share.
Hey, 100% agree with you. But I asked the question again. Why was Vermilion old? Why was Loudon still on the throne? If we can fix that gap in that timeline,
Well, they're going to ask Loudon that.
you're
We don't need to know that answer, because unless we're going to be able to convince her to say what we want. Because I'm not her.
still have to find the reason.
But if you go in there
why
and you
was
say,
Vermilion-
"Oh, I'm Queen Loudon, and I'm great with amazing skin. However, I just decided not to be queen anymore." And then actual Loudon says that's not what happened. Where are we now then? She could turn around and say, "By the way, actually, no, I was killed by, an incredibly charismatic, good-looking devil."
But can a queen decide not to be queen any longer? Pass on the sword. We don't have the. I don't have the answer to that.
So something, I guess, GM agency moment here. Something you all know is that you don't have to die to lose the sword.
It can just pick someone else. Yeah.
It just can move on. I think I said that about Loudon's dad. Like, Loudon's dad didn't die. It just moved to her. Because her dad had it first. So it's been weird that the Denk one has stuck with the same family for at least 3 generations so far. Because I can't remember, it was like Frostfist, whatever his first name was, something Frostfist. Is what his name was. But he was a fairly liked king, and she was a very prepared princess for the role, and the sword did go to her. So everyone was like, "Oh, good, it was well invested time," effectively. And obviously, it looked like it picked a random with the Vermi, but it hadn't.
Yeah.
It has stuck with that bloodline, but it wasn't like a Frostfist before that. But that's not really that important.
And the sword still hasn't changed its mind.
You just don't know.
There's the story. That's the story. That's the one we tell, and we will speak to Queen Loudon about that. The story is Queen Loudon had decided to resign.
So, sorry, Chris,
She
I think
sent
you've
us
maybe
in search.
misunderstood what I've said. You can't just not want the sword. The sword's decided you're ruling, you have the sword. Right? You could not use it and just ignore your responsibilities, but the entire world would look weirdly on you. And that has never happened in the entire history of the swords. Nobody's just wandered away from their responsibility. Because funnily enough, if a magic sword picks, you tend to get excited about that prospect, because it makes you special in a world where not many people are. Whereas Loudon can just go, "I'm done with the sword, go to your next person, you're free." The sword can just decide you're not my wielder now. It decides, but nobody knows why. So that, I don't know if that was maybe misunderstood there, but that's probably good clarity to have.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a story about we're kind of sent in search of.
And Pride's obviously here for a story.
Yeah.
It's just that her worry is that you aren't able to speak on behalf of everyone that will be able to speak on behalf of this situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of other witnesses that could be called.
Yeah. So unless you're going to go and do a tour of duty around everybody else.
While trying to avoid being summoned.
So that's the tricky part.
Just trying my mind, trying to justify how Vermi was called.
You don't actually have to. That part I don't think Andy's going to
going to.
question, because the sword could just have decided Loudon's done, and it's got to go to that. Nobody really would be able to get any meaningful answer out of that, except maybe Branonel. That's a vote.
Leads
This
us
could
to the
count.
back then.
Just so you know, that's a vote.
Yeah, that would also maybe make
Other kind of worms.
a slightly bigger deal. The first blade just shows back up.
We call to the stand the first blade. Yeah. About
Yeah,
Nori is trying to justify
Mhm.
why Vermilion called to Fae without a greater reason.
Well, the story earlier was that it was to try and make it as bloodless a transition as possible because somebody wasn't moving off the throne. So are you throwing Loudon under the bus? Because you basically have to say Loudon was trying to maintain their rule against the Blades.
Well,
Yep. Because
Yeah,
guess who
yeah,
definitely
that's fine.
wasn't Loudon? Pride.
I think Loudon, as Queen, would accept our defence of the realm.
As in, you would
I
think
think
that
she
if you
would
threw
say
her
yes,
under the
that's
bus.
kind of true.
Okay.
we
Then
have to
What's
throw
the
her back to
repercussions
life.
for Queen Loudon? The
Second.
repercussions for Queen Loudon is eligible.
For
New
Might
Queen
not
is in
maybe
place.
also an
The
iron
new
I was
law,
gonna
Queen
say-
isn't
like
forcing her out, isn't trying to kill her.
interfering with the Blades, yeah, that would be an iron law. Loudon would be a threat.
But or it becomes an internal matter then.
No, because it's an iron law, so it's still Cascade City,
It's
still the
still
council,
table.
and it's still the table, and it would involve Loudon effectively being killed. She's done it before.
look what we had to go through to get
Got
up.
better.
Yeah, she got better. But that's the tricky part you're in, because that's what Pride's saying.
Yeah.
We don't control all the pieces on the board. We can write a narrative and ask people if that sounds reasonable, and to not read any further into it. Wink, is what Pride is saying. Because effectively, if everyone's agreeing to the story, it's the story.
Yeah,
And if people
then we
want to
probably need
risk
something
war,
entirely. Like whatever version was used for what happened when Pride was removed from the story. Whatever, like weird. Yeah, there was a possession. It's fine.
yeah, an
The right
internal
person got the
matter.
sword, nobody cares.
I
Yeah.
suppose part of this could be that Queen Vermilion has exiled Loudon to her pumpkin farm.
Now, I was going to say, Loudon never had a pumpkin farm. There was a melon farm that the
Oh,
Perrons
plum
had.
farm, melon.
Loudon just had a very big manor estate in that like that
Oh,
town.
Samden was it?
Yeah, Samda. That's okay. Loudon and Samda were inseparable, and arguably now are both in the same town.
Oh,
So their friendship kind of gets to continue, which is really nice.
yeah.
Unless you just throw them under the
I'm
bus
not
and get them
going to
killed.
leave them alone.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah, leave
Queen
Loudon
has
alone.
now
I
been
think we
exiled
need
to
something-
Loudon.
Like entirely, almost detached from what has come before.
Kyle could hit the planet with a meteor.
Yeah, bring us some new metal. That would be great.
Yeah, silver too. You're welcome.
Because also, realistically, before we told Sir Thane, again, a whole bunch of stuff, the most he can have been acting on is that there was a Fae in the palace that was injured. So, is there a reason that
The
we
next
couldn't
person
just
that asks us
argue
about
that
this, we're
an
going to
injured
war.
Fae was found and taken pity on? And just remove all the context of what came before.
It is a potential. You could weave a story of, for whatever reason, which is hard sell, for whatever reason, Fermi has decided to accept this Fae into her care. You guys were effectively tasked at seeking a way to, bring it some kind of peace because it's been injured by a blade, of which Verme controls one of, and thus could be assumed if other people weren't given the answer. It was Verme that had initially killed it, or attempted to kill it. And then in the interest of potential better relations between all Fae, which Cairo represents to most people's eyes, that could have been an attempt, or the fact that you lead with Cairo was a prisoner of the Fae, and thus kind of instrumental in the war turning, blah 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 blah, and thus they felt like they deserved some kind of amnesty. And there was no guarantee their wounds wouldn't have killed them anyway. But Why suffer a thing to live suffering? I guess would be the defense there, right?
Yeah. And sort of Lockhart's one of, it was already suffering. If we'd left it suffering and then it healed itself, surely that's worse.
Yeah, because then it doesn't see the good we are capable of.
Yeah. And just leave out all of the rest.
I was going to say, that is a perfectly valid way of explaining the actual problem, which is Vermi and you guys seem to be tied to a fae.
Yeah.
None of the other stuff is actually really a problem.
No, and it's not what we're on trial for.
It's just
It's context that we know,
Yeah.
that we feel, justifies our action.
Yeah. And it's probably why it was really good to involve Pride in this conversation, to be like, here's exactly what is and isn't happening. Because I've been in the council for centuries, and that's how it works.
Yeah.
And the two people she mentioned that have pliable votes are the youngest members of the council.
Yeah.
Now,
They're also more like us, where the Fae are just a theory.
Yeah.
That none of us have had to.
Yeah, Modesta Lara and Lundoranthuil fought in the Fae War.
Yeah, that could be hard to sway.
Whereas Irduardnon is too young to have fought in the Fae War. It was Meadow Song that fought the previous Broadspark. So yeah. What's the plan? Is it head to Cascade City to just hit them with that story?
I think so, but I think we need to take a little step back and let Myr'ra have a chat with Gran first.
I wasn't just going to scene change it to a
For your
courtroom.
own personal
Don't worry.
reasons. Aye.
Or is it to try and
Whatever the...
go to Margot?
Okay,
Or
I think we're going to find them in Cascade City, though.
No, but I think the point is, are we going to brief them with the story we want to happen rather than the story that might happen if we didn't do prep work with the actual people voting? Because you can still pose the story to them in the way I described it back to you guys, while not needing them
in
to
a
ask.
courtroom. Yeah.
Like,
Questions.
we've came to you to tell you what we're about to say in court, because this is the story that we believe is going to cause the least damage to the continent.
And they were there at the Farron attack. They were there with the Rakishan.
Yep.
Like,
no one is under any illusions the Rakishan Empire aren't a massive threat to this world. Like, because as soon as they stop focusing on the Saurians, they've got what, the orcs to the south,
coming.
and then they've got the sea, and they've already made, like, the very fact that Sun and Moon came across that sea is massive.
Made a point.
Yeah, literally, it's absolute showboating. Like, the fact that they can walk in and then it's like, oh, can I sit in those empty seats? There's a couple. Yeah.
The bravado.
I think Modesta Lara would have absolutely tried to wipe him out had he tried to sit in, the first blade seat.
Brandon Elves.
Yeah. It's like,
I
might not have liked who sat there, but I definitely don't like the idea of anyone else sitting there that isn't maybe me.
That's, yeah.
Well, she's probably
I think we
next
have to brief them.
Yeah.
I think so too, yeah.
Okay, are you just going to brief the elves?
I don't think they're going to swing with
at the
us.
moment, I wouldn't drag them into it.
Well, they will be at the council meeting, because would you, as a representative of, a trifecta, as it were, regarding the Fae, not appear at that meeting? Given the scale of Fae in this world, I think all three elves would attend. That would be my guess. I know I'm writing the answer, but if I was a player, I wouldn't expect them.
I would also assume, yeah. I also don't know if
Just
they...
ask them not to be invited. But hey.
I mean, they could be asked to be excluded, but that would send a message.
Yeah.
That's almost the same as causing an intracontinental war with the elves. Excluding them from the continent's business, yeah. Especially given the fact that elves saved the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that little thing. Yeah.
But not those elves.
No, not those
Hey,
elves.
hell.
So, yeah, plan. Next step.
But it does sound like we're trying to get sort of as close to the truth as well.
Well, none of that's like misleading, right? Like a blade injured the Fae. The Fae was imprisoned by its people for crimes against its people, seemingly. So it doesn't seem like it supported the war effort anyway, except in our favour, the people of Cascade and Geen. But also, it was injured to show that we're not actually all desiring their kind to be wiped out. Compassion was shown at the idea of potentially a better future. Right? Like, that's effectively the story that's pitched currently. And none of that is untrue. Because the part you've kind of edited out is the part where the Fae actually sacrificed itself for Vermi.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
I think it's the most compelling narrative we have without going into things we don't want to talk about.
Yes. And I think getting other people on your side to help just make that a brief trial, I guess, the better. If things start becoming murky, they'll need answers. Answers that speaking doesn't get. Because we mentioned that before, that interrogations can be quite intense.
And we know at least Modesta Lara can read minds.
One of the probably strongest minds at that table. If you're ignoring the fact that the devils are all celestials. I think we spoke about this in the third arc briefly, not like a top trump situation, but nobody would want to see the numbers compared if Modesta Lara and a devil had an issue with each other. People went, it wouldn't matter who won because we'd all be killed, was the assumption there. Or Modesta Lara's got that much bluff in her favour that the devils wouldn't even attempt to, because it would be embarrassing if they got their ass handed to them. They might not die, but they would be heavily ridiculed by their peers that a mortal took them down. So yeah, and we've seen what Modesta Lara did to 3 Ferrin running down a corridor.
And she just freed souls from the gems.
Crushed the gems with her hand. Yeah. You've never tried to do that, to be fair. So we don't really know. Like,
maybe they're just really easy. They're just made of glass.
Like the stage screen glass, right? Like, yeah. Sugar glass, is that what it's called? Sugar glass, I think. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. Yeah. It's really easy. So, what's our next steps in this mostly player agency session? Hi, it's good. It's good though. I think it's important to have these moments because you don't want to just make decisions on a whim, ultimately. Especially given the scope we are looking at, because I'm not undercutting the weight of every decision you guys are making. It's heavy.
Just want to go get dinosaurs.
Yeah, just clear up this simple legal misunderstanding, and then hop on a boat to Dinosaur Island. Yeah. The boat that was assigned to you guys is probably still in the dock, waiting to go.
Woo!
It's probably been and gone across the sea a million times by the time you get to it, yeah.
Do we try and go to Margot? I can teleport one of us there. Or Quilburn.
But that's the question.
Or do we just assume they're already in Cascade City? Pride's not there yet, so it's not like Pride has assembled. Pride's in the room.
Pride's mailbox is just like jam-packed full of stuff, and it's like, which one of these looks the most official? This one.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can tell that she already knew she was summoned. Yeah. Because of course she was.
I think it's probably go to Cascade City and talk to Margot and Uncle.
My worry would be We land in Cascade City and are immediately arrested.
Yeah. True.
It's a valid worry.
We're going to get arrested anyway.
Yes.
Maybe
But
we have
if we are arrested, we don't have a chance to spread our narrative first.
Yeah.
If only we traveled with someone that infiltrates.
We could send one of us. I don't necessarily want to split up, but we could send one of us to Margot, just bamf straight there, and then hopefully that person can go with Margot to Cascade if she's not already there. We could always message.
Hey,
or
you've
at
got
least
communication
who has
rings.
I have a ring. Nori still has a ring
Yes.
Lockhart,
that we could
is yours
message.
not
Well, that's
still
been
working? No?
intercepted.
No? Okay.
It was depleted. Yeah.
Yeah, if only you were
Well,
with
that would be the
anyone.
thing. We send a message.
We could ask
Sorry.
someone to fix the ring. Sorry.
We send a message to who we need to and ask them to meet us in a location, and we see if we can be teleported to that location.
Do we want to meet with them
Assuming that's going to be the way
together?
to travel.
I don't know if they're going to come to us. That feels like an ambush.
Yeah, can two,
Hi, we're on trial. Can you come talk to us in this secret location?
can two blade wielders come to Sin, please? Pride really wants to talk to you. Totally safe, honest. Well,
Or we message
No, we wouldn't want to do that.
and
Yeah,
say,
we meet them in Cascade
we
somewhere.
speak with you.
you used to know a little place out the way in Cascade City.
Get more devils involved.
Do you really want to tell Sloth, of all people,
No,
there's a
absolutely not.
Fae?
No. No. He does not need to know. Let that man have his retirement.
Do we still have our rooms that we had? Teleport into them?
My parents still live there. We can just go to my house.
Oh, and bring Gran.
Yeah.
Is your plan to bring Featherstone?
That seems like a bad plan.
You can't teleport in and out of the council chambers, remember, but it wouldn't take you as long to get another room because half of your fucking admin tied into that place at this stage. One of your uncles is, a sitting council member. Lockhart is an ambassador to Denk. That might be dubious currently, but still is an ambassador to Denk. You all know Talanis, who's a seated councillor as well.
Mhm.
He's also no Snowstorm from the Silverthorns.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Lindoranth
We can also go to Sierra in the Arcana trick so that at least we've given her the night blue. If nothing else.
Mhm.
And told her that we think Sin is built on the Aphrodite equation. Then leave her to it.
Maybe also swing by Whitehall.
Yeah, drop off Noya's body.
You don't want to be on trial with that.
Nope.
Just falls out of the garage halfway through. You're like, yes, and we were trying to do this thing we were avoid war, and is that a dead amber lance?
No reason.
It's not like Falkwin wins. What happened? It's fine. Definitely weren't running around Caldera. So,
Yeah, we have the story. We just need to decide how we're getting there and where we're going
who are you meeting
when we
first?
get there.
Or are you going to try and get both of them in the same place? They seemed
I feel a little...
amicable with each other from what you
Yeah.
remember. They didn't seem like they were particularly opposed. I think they had more pressing matters, though, to really gauge that. But, yeah.
Yeah.
Thomas
Do we want to-
Pride wasn't there. I don't think we have any problem with meeting them both at the same time.
You don't want Bride there?
I think we do want...
No. Okay. I think that would just be too much pressure. Because then we're already
Or if we did
We're
it,
already
what we
making
could-
it that he's
if-
involved.
if we meet them one at a
He's there.
time,
He's there.
it could imply that we'd already met with Pride. We've convinced Pride, and now we're bringing Pride to the next person. And then we talk to either Quilben or Margot, and then we bring them to the next person to be like, these are the people we've already talked to. Whereas, yes, I think if we tried to meet with both of them with just Pride, maybe that does look a bit suspicious.
It does look like you went to Pride first over them.
Yeah. Which we did.
For good reason. This is mostly Pride's fault.
Yeah.
Like, most of this is Pride's fault.
Yeah.
Not all of it. Not all of it. Because obviously
Pride didn't decide to release a fake.
Correct.
That is non-Pride, to be fair.
Which is technically the actual crime. Remember?
The one thing we
Pride's
can't
just
blame
responsible for so many other parts of that.
Yep. Yeah.
Like,
Pride is all of the causation, but she didn't actually do the correlation.
Because, like, if Pride hadn't killed Loudon, Loudon's sword wouldn't have passed to Vermi. Vermi wouldn't have felt the need to go rally an army to depose, fake mama. And, yeah, so many dominoes wouldn't have fell.
But
they didn't release a Fae. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that brings me back in my own mind to the question is, Loudon wasn't killed, would Vermilion have been chosen?
Yeah. Like, Loudon would probably still be queen, realistically. Because, well, she was queen.
Yeah.
And a fairly reasonable queen from what the history books seem to say so far. Maybe a poor choice of husband, but...
We don't know that yet.
You just haven't checked on Denk's politics recently.
I left behind some good flow charts for
And he has connected all the dots he thought you'd put in those flow charts, and it spells brothel.
And beer.
The administration want me to open up brothels everywhere. Every second tavern, now. So, what is the plan? You're going to invite who first? Who are you messaging? Quilburn Light Scale? Or Margot Stargazer?
now I worry that Margot was included last time. She may start to take it personally. But also, Ignysera is related to Quilburn.
as is
Which maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's our better. But yeah, we can go for him there.
Yeah. What are you messaging him?
Can I give my ring to Ignysera?
Unfortunately not.
Oh.
It sadly
Are
only
you
seems
able to
work.
message him?
You've all met
You
him.
did-
Well, we met him
you
in
did
the-
met him, yeah,
We
you
met
did.
him in the
Yeah.
chamber. Yeah.
What are we messaging?
I suppose that what is it? We're going to be coming into Cascade City, and we need to, I don't know, discuss something of high importance. I don't know.
Well, you want to emphasize we need to talk to you about the upcoming trial.
Yeah.
Give him some context.
ASAP.
In private. Before we are
We would
called
like
up.
to clear the air.
Yeah.
I think you need to stress the importance of speaking to them alone. Otherwise,
Mhm.
clearing the air is the whole point of you being invited to the trial.
Mhm.
His reply would just be, well, thank God you're invited to the trial!
Do we need to pick a place? Like, we'll be.
Where do you just want to meet?
I mean, you've not been to the span
Room
yet.
Bristol.
Do we, like, Would like Lockhart still have a room somewhere?
Again, acquiring a space in Cascade City isn't difficult. It's just overt through the channels you'd need to go to, because your authority would need to be used to get it. Like signing into the Arcanatrix, for example, might raise some questions. Like, yeah. As I said...
Is that not where we can use Pride? I imagine he's got a chamber somewhere.
Pride has a whole floor, yeah.
Yeah.
Or do we keep it off?
That
I
might
go
be.
to my house. Not in the Citadel.
Yeah.
I just have to tell my
just-
parents that they need to be elsewhere for an afternoon. We don't have to use any authority to get it.
Yep. It's just you asking your parents to go a long walk.
Yeah. I need you to go and do the shopping. I need you to go to all of the different shops, please. Not come back till I tell you to come back.
Actually, Granny's called you.
Yeah, actually, she's outside. Go. Run.
We brought Granny, so you better go.
So
That would maybe be my offer of...
I think that's the best offer, right? I think unless you want to actually involve Sloth, you don't really have anywhere else in the city, and very few places would be even hinted at being abandoned in the city because it's so niche for space.
Congested.
Yeah.
And like my parents are like some form of like minor administrators and
Yeah.
things. So like they would have like a receiving room. There'd be a space for like work talk.
Yep. So we've got a space. We got effectively a time is as soon as you can all possibly get there, right? Because the sooner the better. And your message to Quilburn was, meet us here. Need to discuss trial, super secret, something. Anything you just want to actually specify, or leaving it that vague?
Ignis, I think, is best at the moment.
We want to say something about one.
Is there anything I could say that... I don't know what.
Like an old family phrase or something that would imply...
Yeah.
I mean,
Or
probably something that would mean something to him, but what is it you wanted to convey?
Just that this is a genuine, important message that needs to be taken very seriously.
Yeah, so I think there could easily be some kind of family reference, it's maybe used, who knows, possibly at party gatherings and stuff, where it's like, actually, can we talk seriously though? Cutting through all the drunk indulgence, can we actually, can we be real? Yeah. So whatever the Draconic version of that is. And so probably something like, can we polish the scales, right? Something akin to that as a phrase, which is like, clearing things up. You okay there, Alexander? Yeah. Good. So yeah, something like that you say. That almost implies, things need to be cleared up that haven't been clear so far. And you send off that message. Are you also sending one off to Margot currently, or are you waiting to see what happens with Quilburn?
No, I think we should both do both.
Okay.
But ask for a couple of hour delay. We set a time type thing.
Yeah, well, obviously, you're not exactly expecting him to get back to you immediately, right? He is king of a country. So, yeah. What's your message to Margot?
Hey, Margot.
Work. Similar, we've been summoned to Cascade City to talk about Queen Vermilion's problems, and we'd like to talk to you immediately before it. Possible.
Also at Myr'ra's house, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, cool. Yep. Who's sending that one? Is it you, Chris, or is it Hannah?
I just done that one, yeah.
But who's sending the new one? So Quilburn got a message, which I assume was your role. I'm assuming.
I can send this one because I did that whole weird. stayed behind and got given a teleport spell. It's a D10. I've not done mine to roll. I
No
will
worries.
sort that at some point.
Hey,
But
both
it's fine.
guides.
It's not
Yep, yep.
depleted.
So, yep.
I am then going to try and message my mum. Okay, I'll make the depletion roll.
What
Okay, we're fine.
when a king and queen turn up at their door.
Yeah, I'm going to be like, hi! A lot has happened. I need the house. Can you go to friends for a bit? We're trying to make it all better. Also, I'm at Gran, and I'm going to leave it.
Yeah. Oh, did you tell your gran that you're sending that message?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd have come up in a.
Okay.
I'll need to let Mum know. And then I'll have awkwardly looked at her while I touch my ring.
She touches and goes, I paid for the house.
Sorry. Thank you. It was a very nice house to grow up in.
She just doesn't really respond to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely that kind of ungrateful daughter, not even blah, 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 blah. And then Pride looks up and goes, I told you, you shouldn't have kids.
Yeah, I understanding that they're a lot of work.
Oh, just you wait. She points at you. And Pride looks between, obviously, your gran and Julie goes, oh, you don't know.
Oh no. Yeah.
And she,
No, it's just going to be like, there's too many revelations.
she looks up to Featherstone, who looks white. She goes, oh, I'm going to tell her.
I'm sure Grandma will tell me.
Oh, I'm sure she will too, after I say my version. Featherstone's just like, I would appreciate being able to share that with my granddaughter in my own time. He goes, well, go on. She like takes her shoes off the table and puts them back on her feet one by one. She's very occasionally like, hurry up, otherwise I'm telling her.
I look at my grandma.
She goes, my lifespan ends when you have a child. And that's when the session ends.
My goodness.
Yeah.
And shocked.
Can now maybe piece together how cryptically tied to people asking about. It's weird that your gran had a daughter, and it's weird that she had you. Why would they let this happen?
Yeah. Also seeing more reasons that everyone's mad at each other.
Yeah. You can see now why it's like, so she had a daughter, which is on her. She then, that daughter then hooked up with a guy, and she's like, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. I wonder if Mom knows.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a conscious choice or not. Ooh.
Send Mom another message. By the way.
Maybe she's trying to get rid of Granny through you.
Yeah. Just found out, by the way. If I have a kid, Granny goes, so...
So what's happening?
Mum inherits the earth.
Family drama.
Yeah. Titles? Anyone?
Stress. Where's Discord?
Why are you doing that? I think I'm going to have to log off now.
No, that's okay. No worries. Speak to your lators.
But it was really fun. And I vote for Nori for the session XP because
nice.
Really pushed us along and made us tell the truth and told a very good version of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Excellent. See you later.
Yeah, night, Kalli.
So,
Where are we? I'm in the wrong one.
Oh. Okay, I'll move that across for you if you want.
Thank you, because I can't spell interrogation.
It's okay.
No. Can I vote for 2? Oh. I like avoiding war as well. Which is all we were trying to do.
Any other suggestions
No
and
one
or
much
votes?
sense, but it does in my head.
Player agency session, grandmother clock, the problem with truth seekers, stressful interrogation, avoiding war.
This is too long. I'm well aware, but I just need to put it.
I mean, fair. Putting a card under the table to keep it straight. Yep.
Not voting for my own, so 2.
Unstable table.
Yeah. And
That's
cards on
what
the
I
table.
was trying to say.
Cards
but
on
I
the
just
table is
didn't.
also
Yeah.
good.
I think we've got our votes though, right? Player agency session seems to be the one with the most votes under it.
I think if we did one of those like pie charts of
Yep.
time spent, player agency definitely won this week.
Yeah, not Sir Ethan though, surprisingly. Like he definitely lost out on his screen time.
Very minimal, yeah. He shrunk his slice of the pie.
Yep. Apparently, in the grand scheme of things, not as important as we seemed to think last session.
Yet.
Yet. J'accuse as he appears. Oh.
I've
Okay.
just been triggered by the unstable table cards on the table. My head we form it for next week. For all
Just keep adding
dear
to it.
God.
Label the unstable table.
No more rhyming, please.
So yes, the player agency session is what has one as the title. Let us discuss goals. Have any goals been resolved or created?
What was it?
We put you out of this alive.
Yeah, we should maybe have a goal about making sure us and Vermi don't get killed.
Is that one goal or two?
Oh.
I think it's one.
Hey, it can be a goal if you want.
Do you not have a goal about your grandmother?
Nope. I should. Although I feel that would have been relevant slightly before this session.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, finding out about
Although,
your grandmother's deal definitely would
Victor
have been.
knows my habit of making goals and repeating them a lot and then never doing anything towards them. So, tieflings and their link to the abyssal breach.
Yep,
Still
yep,
not solved.
yep.
Just exists in the ether.
We just have to do that in the next game. So, any other thoughts on goals? Are we creating any goals? Are we resolving any? Because I don't think Master Amblin really was important this time. Sorry, Thane, Thream, Falkwin, Stop the Heart Piercer, deal with Sira's quest, deal with Nori's lineage, and Noya's
There
remains.
might be things, depending on how things go, that we can resolve next session. But yeah.
So yeah, you might want to make a goal about resolving next session.
Yeah. What do we want to phrase it as?
Or we just want to achieve next session, ultimately.
Not dying.
Okay. You know how I feel about those goals, yep.
Yeah, I know. Is it something like persuade the council to our narrative? Is it
Vermi to retain the throne.
yeah?
I mean, that's really a blade choice, right? Like,
Can they kill the blade wielder?
Yeah.
Like, is that allowed?
That's what I'm trying to say.
that's the only way
Yeah.
to really to like make the thing move on if it doesn't want to.
Yeah.
The blade might have perfectly
Is that
valid
the
reasons
outcome
for.
of this trial.
Okay. So
So, is it compel what is it? The narrative to favor Vermi and not lead to war? Something like that? Because that's kind of what we...
Yeah. Because I don't think we want anything too definitive of, like, they can find her guilty and then still let her be queen. If that's the decision.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think we want to narrow it down to, like, have her found not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Because our narrative isn't her being not guilty. Our narrative is she had reasons for doing what she did.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
she is in fact guilty of aiding a fee in the grander hope that this can happen.
Yeah.
And ideally you want to convince Dragon Uncle and, Margot that they want to vote that way.
Yeah.
So the elves don't get a chance to poke holes in anything that may or may not cause Pride to go nuclear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, Pride seems happy with this, because Pride doesn't want to go to war either.
Yeah. She has done quite a lot, like, despite the fact she caused a lot of the problems in the first place, has done quite a lot now to not let it lead to war.
Yeah.
And at least that's something we've not been asked to investigate. Why
Mm.
Pride done it in the first place? Because that would just be dangerous.
But you also know.
You told us.
Yeah, you know. It's,
Wants to.
and ideally, it probably wants nobody else to know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, it wasn't the report. They were like, they don't want to exist in a cardboard world because they're not built for a mortal world. So they were cast out of like perfection to exist here in a finite world, and they don't belong. So they wanted to basically just go home in some way. And the way they found that was, if I just find a way to get myself a soul that's mine in a mortal body, cast off this, immortal, like, existence, die, go back to the grand cycle, and just never come back. It was a terrible plan. But it was the only thing...
Choice was entirely based on she had good skin.
Yeah.
Wasn't a peasant.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because if she'd just picked a random peasant, none of this would have happened.
Nope. Arguably, to have one
On the
amazing
go.
ace.
On the goals, count, font, theme. What are we trying to find out there that we haven't found out already?
Probably what Dealey made. That seems to be the current thing,
Yeah.
right? It doesn't seem... I can't think of any other reason why he'd be question marked, other than...
I think earlier, it was before we knew more.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was earlier on, and we were like, is he a Barlet? What is happening? How old is he? And now we know lots of those questions.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we don't know his deal. Apart from the fact he just likes to be involved.
Oh, he loves being involved in stuff. Yeah.
None of us mentioned to Brad that he was here at any point.
So, yeah. Thoughts? Nothing? Okay, that's okay. At least we've got a goal in for next week.
really.
That's good. In terms of our wrap-up chat then, why don't you start us off, Myr'ra?
It's like doing a really good like maths problem where like your brain hurts but you feel like I really feel like and therefore like untangling a ball of yarn that you've like let tangle and starting to feel like, okay, I feel like the threads are now pulling, and you just feel like you've been pulling out knots for ages and you're like, okay, no, I feel like this is going in the right direction. All of it was terrifying, but in a very fun way. Which is very fun because it feels like the stakes are very real for these very imaginary people, which I adore. I love, and weird things. I quite like being stressed in these games. It makes it feel very like present. Grandmother, who I like her, but I also like which is kind of the vibe I was getting of like, yes, she is powerful. She's not a celestial though. She's not a devil. But as soon as Pride came in, I was like, yeah, that makes sense to me. That Like, she has this power, but her ability to use it is probably got to be negotiated quite carefully.
Yeah.
Revelation is a fun time. It's such an interesting one because it's again, imaginary people in imaginary world. But now I have to think about like what are Myr'ra's intentions about like long term, like children. Is that a thing she is interested in? Like, how does she feel about this now being a weight that she has to consider? And I think she is very interested in, does Mom know? Like, was the choice to have me a conscious, like, fuck you to God? Or was it she did, like, she wasn't informed of this, she wasn't told, but it's another reason Grandma is holding against her.
Yeah.
And then maybe that's why she's reached out to me in that, well, I can't let this go another generation because then I'm fucked.
Like, how altruistic are your grandmother's intentions with you, realistically?
Like, that's really fun. Yeah, very excited. Terrified, as always, but very excited to hopefully get... Because I feel like we've now been interrogated about this twice already. And I'm just like, oh God, we've got to do it again.
Third time's a charm.
Third time coming.
Yeah. It's good practice, and what we have learned is we're terrible. We either need to be able to tell the full truth, or we need to like really know what our plan is. So I like the fact that the narrative we've created is mostly true. We're just leaving out the original context of why. I think that's a good call. Yeah, really loved that Nori was just like, I'm just going to tell everything. Thought that was great because yeah, like she did tell it. Like again, I think she regrets that she told us to tell the truth because I think she now knows things. She's like, I don't want to know this.
Yeah.
But she asked for it. Yeah.
Well, she
all
did
we
say...
wanted to know was what she knew about the harpies. But yeah, lots of fun.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And you did leave me in charge of writing your family beef. So, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the journey with your grandmother because I was like... It's the same as when Nat/Riven obviously left me in charge of Hedera. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of pressure to deliver on a personal story. But obviously the ideas I had for both like Hedera and obviously then your grandmother, I'm like, no, I actually love this angle. So it's been nice that we finally got there because it's been many arcs cooking.
We're just going, no, don't want to talk about it yet. Too stressful.
But I think you can now see why it was easy to keep her pending given her scale of responsibility is so big that yeah, it's good. But no, I've loved being able to like share some of that finally because I've been sitting on it for ages and like yeah, even like the refugee stuff that's been sitting around my head for many arcs where I'm like, one day this will come out, one day, and maybe one day we'll remember it. But no, it's been good to be able to share some of that. Nori?
Myr'ra's just covered most of it. The greater question with family is, she does have kids. Does that mean her mother's under threat? Does that curse only go for every 3 generations? So, wow. Stephen. Yeah, Nori kind of reached the stage where being asked for the truth so many times, sometimes you've just got to tell the truth. In his spy world, he'd have dragged this out and just got himself in prison, then found a way of getting out of it. But he finds the greater responsibility of having companions is playing on him. So, yeah, just put us in prison, that's fine. I'll find a way out. These guys may not.
Yeah. They'll make new characters.
The thing I'm fighting with. Yeah, exactly. That's what Nori's playing with, and that's why he just decided, yeah, just look, we're in a safe space, supposed to be. Let's just out with the full truth and nothing but the truth. And oh dear,
I mean,
we're in it again.
I think it's cleared up a lot. I think it's been quite good so far. Like you cut through a lot of the BS by just being like, here's everything. Oh wait, I can say that? Maybe I didn't want to say that. Well, it's said now, damn it. So yeah, it's good.
And let's have the conversation with the guy that's caused all this shit in the first place. Because guess what? She has to. God. She is Pride.
Have you made a deal with Pride that you can't refer to her as she? Is that like, because it is a struggle?
A little stick figure of Michelle Gomez.
It's like, because I've never described Pride as male ever in the game.
Not ever.
Yeah,
I know.
it's wild.
I have got
Because we met Wrath. Maybe it's because we met Wrath.
Got no idea why.
Well, all the other devils you've met have been male presenting, so that's maybe why. Whereas Pride's the only female presenting one that you've met. So yeah, potentially. I think all the others are female. I think. If I remember correctly. Consult my notes. Yeah, I think
I struggle with that concept for some reason, and I don't know why. There's something I've read that Pride was a male. Don't know. It just Wait, yes, it's been a great session.
No, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yep. Might even be able to like through a lot of this find out more about the deals potentially your father made, if that's even a thing.
Yeah, I think that's going to be two questions that need resolved before we leave. Well, and Myr'ra will fix the relationship between mother and grandmother, and can I just have a little bit more information, please, about who I am and why they killed my dad?
And in theory, if you are...
And was there actually a deal?
Yeah, I was going to say, if your dad was a Barlaen, in theory, you might have inherited something. And if so, what is that? Another crow! Yep.
At level 3.
So, yeah, very, very interesting. It's good. Lockhart?
Yeah, it's very enlightening to all. And similarly, I do hope we can, before we leave Sin, also just get some more time-focused like heart pierce as well. It's like we know we might be going to war crime jail, but just in case we don't. We came here for other things as well. I want you to keep looking into this.
Yeah, don't arrest us yet. We know we're guilty of the actual war crime you're saying we're guilty of, but can we maybe go stop this murderer first?
Exactly.
That could also be intracontinental war, though, if it's a gold leaf elf killing Barlaen.
Yeah, it does ask the question, why the fuck?
So we'll find out as much as we can on that. And yeah, some of those early revelations about one of the 7, arguably one of the 6, supporting the refugee route. Trying to narrow that down. We should have just asked before Pride turned up. It's like, is it Pride? And see where that goes. And totally gonna end up coming up with some. We're gonna get some new laws. I say we should get the silver laws incoming.
So we're skipping bronze, yeah? Skipping bronze laws. We're not iron, bronze, silver, gold, yeah. Oh, some gold laws? No? Not fancy those? Because technically it was iron, gold, silver, bronze. Was the effective authority they hold.
I don't trust it.
You're fully in that camp now, aren't you? It seems.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah. It's the stuff with Bran and Elle. Like, she was the one spreading the, like, Mal'Manus, the evil storm sorcerer, he blinded me. I was like, did he though? Do you really not know it's him? I don't trust him.
Interesting. I like it. I love it. It's so good. Yeah, because someone powerful enough to blind her isn't someone you'd be worried about. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I love it. And I can only say so much. Any other thoughts, Lockhart? Your votes for XP? We know Kalli's.
I vote for Nori too. I thought that was very, well done for just taking it and just running with it. That was what needed to be done. Otherwise, I think we'd still be going round in circles, but we can't say anything.
Diplomatic Gordian knot.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
This would have went to Myr'ra, so yeah.
I mean, you can still say why. Like, you're still allowed to have your vote. Yep.
It would have been just because, again, the stress of all this, we kind of play our characters kind of a bit more subtle. And Hannah is basically, living this character at the present time. The terror involved in being at Grands and everything else. It's
It is that spotlight when it turns on your backstory. You're like, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there was no amulet of plus armor towards Gran for this situation.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Nori, that sounds like you got a point of XP this week. As awarded.
Thank you, everybody.
Everyone else can have a point of XP, and obviously we'll make a note of that because I feel like actually getting this much covered in terms of what's our actual defense plan to fix the situation is kind of huge.
And you always safe spending all my XP last time.
So, what I'll do as well is I'll just put in 1 XP to all from session 13.
13.
Yeah, just so that's there. Just so people know. But yes, thank you all for playing. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye.